Chapter 1104. The universe monitors of the three universal civilizations were backed by a huge tree and had a huge amount of resources. Finding a low-level scavenger was not difficult at all. The process was very smooth. In summary, the process could be summarized as follows. Identity record matching, whereabouts locating, cross-province arrival, open the door, check the water meter, and squat against the wall with both hands. This set of operations was very smooth, and they were extremely skilled. It was obvious that they had done this hundreds of times. In the scavenger's small spaceship, Harrison and the others squatted by the wall, trembling, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Radiant Federation uniform on these universe monitors made them lose all thoughts of resisting. At the bottom of the galactic society, even a small pawn of the three universal civilizations was an existence that could not be provoked. Without the strength of a top-level organization, offending the three universal civilizations was completely an act of looking for *T. What are you doing? We are law-abiding galactic residents. The short detector's mouth was trembling up and down, and the rhythm was like allegro. The Radiant Federation monitor moved a chair and sat in front of the group. He leaned forward, exuding an oppressive aura, and coldly said, "You don't know what crime you've committed? What crime have we committed?" Everyone was confused, and they hurriedly racked their brains to recall if they had done anything illegal in their daily lives. They were terrified. The short detector suddenly trembled and hurriedly said, I'll surrender." "Oh." The Radiant Federation monitor turned to look at him, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Tell me, what crime did you commit?" I anonymously hacked into the pay database of a local adult entertainment channel yesterday and secretly downloaded thousands of those kinds of movies. I'm guilty. I'll reflect on myself." The short detector stuttered. The captain suddenly realized. No wonder you stayed in your room all the time yesterday. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Everyone turned to look at the short detector's unwashed clothes. Their noses twitched, and they immediately took a few steps away from him with a look of disgust. The Radiant Federation monitor's face was as tough as steel, but if one looked closely, one could see that the corners of his mouth were twitching. "Be serious. I'm interrogating you." "Are you provoking me? You think I'm joking with you?" His eyes widened as he pulled out his gun and pointed it at the short scout's head. He wanted to teach him a lesson and scare him. However, he paused for a moment and pulled the muzzle back a little. He didn't dare to touch the short explorer's skin for fear of contaminating the gun. Don't. The short scout was mentally and physically pissed. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, and his whole body went limp. Harrison was also scared. He hurriedly said, "Dear Supervisor, we're law-abiding and peace-loving. We've never committed murder or arson. What we excavated were all ownerless ruins. We really don't know what crime we committed." The supervisor of the Radiant Federation did not intend to give them a hard time. Putting away his weapon, he projected the virtual projection of the triangular device and said solemnly, "You dug up this relic of an unknown civilization not long ago and sold it in an auction. However, it was intercepted by the space pirates halfway. The space pirates opened the safe, and a universe-level energy explosion occurred. I'm here for that." Harrison's heart thumped. Sure enough, something happened. My intuition was right. This thing is not simple, and it's even brought me trouble in the future. However, he was not upset. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement from his bones. His strong curiosity surged, and he could not help but ask, "What's in it?" "It's not clear yet. We're thoroughly investigating the specific effects." At this time, the captain could not help but ask, "Wait a minute, we've already sold this thing. The device was not opened by us. What crime did we commit?" "That's right. We're innocent. You can't frame good people." Everyone immediately shouted at the same time, showing righteous indignation. "Shut up." The supervisor of the Radiant Federation said coldly, "The items you dug up from the ruins carry a strong risk. Because of you, new disasters are likely to occur in the universe. Other things aside, it's not a problem to convict you of endangering public safety. It's enough to send you to prison." Hearing this, everyone immediately shrank back. They lowered their heads and focused on counting the ants on the ground, although there were no such creatures on the spaceship. The supervisor of the Radiant Federation snorted coldly. However, if you cooperate with our work, we won't pursue your unintentional mistake. We're going to investigate the ruins and need you to lead the way. We also need to check your flight logs. Do you have any objections? No objections, no objections. It's our honor to work for the Radiant Federation. I'm the mechanical expert of this spaceship. If there's anything you need help with, please feel free to tell me. Don't treat me like a human. Seeing that the situation was not as serious as he thought, the short explorer breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly displayed the skills that he had honed over countless days and nights and began to skillfully suck up to them, striving to serve them well. The captain was a little hesitant. Are we going to leave a criminal record this time? The supervisor of the Radiant Federation did not care. That's for sure, but don't worry. As long as you hand over the things you dug up to the country in the future, there won't be a problem. Everyone, hand it over to the country? Are we really going to change careers and become an archaeological team? This is too much. This is basically blackmailing us and trying to make us compromise. Dream on. We will never accept amnesty unless the Radiant Federation pays us a salary. After reaching a physical consensus, the group led the way. Soon, they brought the supervisor of the Radiant Federation to the barren planet where the triangular device had been excavated. They found the previous coordinates. Harrison pointed at the detection image on the screen and said, "This is the place. There used to be a military base here, but it collapsed when we left. There's also a video of the previous drilling here." The supervisor of the Radiant Federation nodded and ordered his subordinates to land. He took out a more advanced detection instrument and fiddled with it, but his expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the detection results would show that there was no abnormality in the rock stratum. It was all mud. This did not make sense. Even if the ruins had collapsed and were buried underground, there should be traces. However, in the images of these advanced detection instruments, there were no ruins in the rock stratum below. Are you sure it's here? The supervisor of the Radiant Federation frowned. Yes, you've seen the flight log. It's here. Harrison was also surprised. Such a magical scene once again aroused his curiosity. He could not understand how the ruins disappeared into thin air. Could it be that it was just a dream for them to come here to dig up something? But the unearthed device was a real thing, and there was something strange about it. Just as he was imagining things, the supervisor of the Radiant Federation next to him seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he muttered to himself, "This phenomenon, could it be that the high-dimensional information state interferes with reality?" Harrison was about to turn his head and ask, but he saw the supervisor of the Radiant Federation leave the few people behind, run to the side, and hurriedly report to his superior. Seeing the serious expression of the other party, Harrison had a bad feeling. It seemed that the severity of the problem was beyond his imagination. On the other side, at the base of the Holy Covenant organization, Law and Faye received the notice and came to the Dark Palace again to meet Oathkeeper. "You're here." In the air, Oathkeeper's figure was floating, and he lowered his head and spoke lightly with a cold tone. His voice was oppressive and strong mental fluctuations. Law and Faye paused, and they were surprised. The two of them had known Oathkeeper for a long time and knew his behavior better. This kind of behavior was obviously angry, and it had not happened for a long time. The two of them could not help but look at each other and communicate with their eyes. Law, doubtful eyes boss's mood doesn't seem right. Faye, blinking eyes, maybe the deal with Black Star didn't go through. Law, frowning, this shouldn't make boss angry, right? There must be another reason. Faye, curious eyes, then what's the reason? Law, rolling eyes. Do you think you can understand such complicated content with your eyes? Faye, squinting eyes, makes sense. The two of them exchanged glances, then bowed to Oathkeeper and asked, "Leader, what's the matter? Black Star knows our details." Oathkeeper's angry voice echoed. "What?" The two of them turned pale with fright and panicked. Could it be that Black Star found clues during the previous sneak attack, causing the organization's information to be leaked? If that's the case, then the two of them are sinners for not doing their jobs well. Could it be that boss wants to punish us by calling us here? That's right. That's most likely the case. The two of them thought that they understood boss's attitude and panicked. They did not dare to hesitate and lowered their heads in fear and trepidation, taking the initiative to admit their mistakes. This is all our fault. We made a big mistake and caused the organization's information to be leaked. Please punish us. Oathkeeper glanced at the two of them, softened his tone, and said in a deep voice, "Don't misunderstand. Your actions have nothing to do with this matter. Blackstar already knew of our organization's existence." Hearing this, the two of them could not help but look at each other in confusion. If it wasn't us who leaked the information, who else could it be? That was the first time they interacted with Blackstar. Could it be that they had interacted before? At this time, Oathkeeper's cold voice sounded. "Stop guessing. There's a mole in the organization." "That's impossible." Law's body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. "The person who leaked the information will definitely suffer a backlash from Soul Flame. Who could survive that?" Soul Flame was also a primal Esper ability entity. As the name suggested, its ability was related to the soul and mind. Oathkeeper was the host. This Esper ability was an expert at playing with souls. It was extremely dangerous and ranked on the super high-risk Esper ability list. One of its abilities could prevent the target from revealing specific information. Oathkeeper used this ability to prevent anyone in the organization from leaking the information. Once someone tried to forcefully leak the information, not only would they suffer a backlash, but Oathkeeper would also immediately know about it. That was why the Holy Covenant organization had been able to keep it a secret until today. He used the ability of a peak beyond grade A to activate Soul Flame, and the effect was extremely terrifying. Even Law and Faye, two beyond grade as, could not bypass the surveillance of Soul Flame. If they leaked the information, they would also suffer a backlash. Therefore, the two of them did not believe that anyone could betray the organization. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth. Blackstar exposed my identity, and I foolishly thought that he did not know about the existence of the Holy Covenant organization. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Oathkeeper's tone was stern. Someone must have used a special method to bypass the blockade of Soul Flame and sent the information to the outside world. Furthermore, this person's identity is not low. He must be an officer of the organization. I don't know if he's a core member for now. The two of them also became serious. This matter concerned the survival of the organization, so they could not underestimate it. "Leader, what do we need to do? The two of you are my trusted aides. I believe you in principle, but everything has to be stable. I need to read your memories. Are you willing?" Law and Faye were immediately put in a difficult position. Although the two of them did not betray the organization, any super would reject others invading their minds from the bottom of their hearts. However, sensing the increasingly unstable mental fluctuations around them, the two of them gulped. In order to show that they had a clear conscience, they could only reluctantly agree. The next moment, Oathkeeper raised his hand slightly, and two flames that were as colorful as the starry sky landed on the two of them. The two of them immediately felt a unique mental fluctuation enter their brains. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and took the initiative to let go of their mental barriers, allowing Oathkeeper to easily enter. Their memories were quickly flipped through by an outsider. Scenes from when they were young flashed before their eyes, and their brains felt a slight tingling pain. The two of them gritted their teeth and endured Oathkeeper's mental probe in their brains. After a while, the mental probe in their bodies was finally retracted by Oathkeeper with satisfaction. "Very good. You did not betray my trust." Oathkeeper nodded and said with a deep voice, "The mission of finding the mole will be handed to you. I allow you to thoroughly investigate all the officers of the organization. Report to me if you find anyone suspicious. I will read their memories. Before finding the mole, we will temporarily stop all activities and go into stealth mode." The two of them remained silent and nodded to indicate that they accepted the mission. They could feel that their brains were still aching from being ravaged, and they could not help but sigh in their hearts. It seems like the leader is really angry this time. Even trusted aides like us are treated like this. let alone the other officers. The two of them could foresee that this operation to catch the mole would definitely cause chaos in the organization. The outburst of cosmic energy could not escape the universe monitoring buoys set up by the advanced civilizations. These things were like cameras all over the universe, used by the advanced civilizations to monitor the situation in their jurisdiction. However, the right to set up monitoring buoys was usually reserved for the civilizations. Civilian organizations were rarely allowed to set up monitoring buoys. In the ancient star desert, the branch of the Black Star Corps did not have much power. Naturally, they did not have the right to set up monitoring buoys. Han Shao was far away and could not immediately discover the sudden phenomenon of cosmic energy surging. The monitors of the advanced civilizations reacted very quickly. They all secretly took action to investigate the source and impact of the phenomenon, but they basically found nothing. They did not know what changes this energy outburst would cause. At the same time, in the invisible quantum network world, the information packet released from the triangular device was rapidly spreading in the ancient star desert star field. This kind of information packet had incredible camouflage. It bypassed most artificial intelligence firewalls and quietly infected one quantum network node after another, spreading like a virus. However, it did not show any abnormal reactions for the time being. It simply went into hiding. Only very few ultra-strong artificial intelligence firewalls could discover the information packet, such as the main artificial intelligence of some advanced civilizations. As soon as it was discovered, the information packet would immediately self-destruct, and delete itself. At the same time, it would mark this firewall that could not be broken through. Other information packets would not take the risk, as if they had already been programmed to avoid the strong. As the infection range expanded, the efficiency of spreading also increased exponentially. In the quantum network, the spread was not limited by distance. Without anyone knowing, a large number of quantum network nodes in the ancient star desert were infected. At a certain moment, the information packet spread to a quantum node and encountered the strongest artificial intelligence firewall they had encountered so far. As soon as it entered the periphery of the node, it was scanned, and this information packet immediately self-destructed. However, at this moment, a surge of data immediately gushed out of the node and enveloped this information packet. When it self-destructed by 60 to 70%, the remaining fragmented information was intercepted in a flash. The next moment, these data streams gathered to form a human figure. Manison's virtual soul looked at the floating remains of the information packet with a curious expression. A data structure I've never seen before. What is this thing? How dare it invade my base? P.S. I participated in a Battle for Glory event organized by Chidian. There is a red mark on the bookshelf of Chidian's app. All the books are participating in the event. You can click on the event page there. Brothers, if you're interested, please give me a like and support Yeeha. Mwahaha. Chapter 1105. Central Galaxy, Abyss of Stars, Radiant Federation's Supervisor Headquarters. The responsibility of the supervisor was different from that of the secret intelligence agencies. This was the public intelligence department of the entire universe, and it was not involved in the political struggles of the advanced civilizations. Most of the time, the supervisor departments of the three universal civilizations would even work together to monitor and investigate all kinds of special phenomena, preventing possible disasters from happening and nipping them in the bud. They had a lot of authority. At this moment, in the conference room of this organization's headquarters, a group of upper echelons was sitting around a round table, discussing the emergency reported by the Ancient Star Desert Supervisor Division. A universal-level energy explosion was an emergency that required a meeting between the upper echelons to discuss. The report is very detailed, and the cause and effect are clear. A group of scavengers dug out the safe of an unknown civilization and released the source of the incident. It belongs to the second category of accidents. However, when the supervisor team investigated the area, the traces of the ruins had already disappeared. They suspect that the projection of the high-dimensional information form interfered with reality. The most important question now is what exactly they released, why would there be a universal level energy explosion, and what kind of effects it will have. A sickly-looking male humanoid creature spoke. He was tall and thin like a bamboo pole. His skin was pale purple with natural white patterns. His eyes were long and narrow, and his pupils were crystal yellow. Shidrin Purple Flame Kona, the highest officer of the Radiant Federation's Supervisor Department, a beyond grade A seed, and a top expert among the Calamity grades. He was a mixed race, and his main bloodline came from the Divini, a race with superior super talents. The Radiant Federation itself was a multi-race system, and mixed-race people were an important part of the people. Due to the beliefs, preferences, appearance, and other factors of different races, racial issues had always been a chronic problem in the Radiants. However, everyone was used to it now. These archaeologists never learned their lesson, someone said unhappily. The famous universe disasters in history, be it the organic extinction virus or the mutated monsters of the collective consciousness, how many of them were triggered by archaeology? You can't say that. Many of our early technologies came from the reverse engineering of ancient civilizations. Besides, compared to the causes of disasters such as the loss of control of advanced technologies, the outbreak of social conflicts, and the invasion of foreign enemies, the proportion of archaeology is not much. Shidrin shook his head weakly. At this moment, an upper echelon flipped through the past records and mumbled, speaking of which, high-dimensional information forms interfering with reality was very rare in the past. Since the exploration era, this phenomenon seems to have become more frequent. According to the statistics of the predecessor of the Supervisor Department, during the Exploration Era War, the average number of information form interference occurred in the universe every year was 467 times. This only counts the events that were discovered and recorded. In the past 100 years, this number has increased to 2,150 times, nearly 5 times. Although it's partly due to the improvement of our detection methods, it's also true that the frequency of information state interference has increased. Information forms have always been an important research direction for advanced civilizations. We're only responsible for submitting reports and don't care about the specific research. What you said is the job of the scientists, not our responsibility. Shidrin waved his hand with a disinterested expression. Sitting in his position, it was understandable that he was tired. The Supervisor Department was responsible for cleaning up messes everywhere. An upper echelon of his level would see a bunch of inexplicable galactic residents courting death and causing trouble for him every day. It was like watching a group of naughty children causing trouble everywhere. No matter how he tried to remedy it, countless things would still explode the next day. If he had a bad temper, he could experience the feeling of having his mind explode every day. After a long time like this, people would become Buddha and the fish would become salty. The people present were not researchers, so their understanding of the cause of information form projection was limited. In their limited understanding, this phenomenon was like a special mirage. The difference was that it was not limited by time and space and could really interfere with reality. Another upper echelon said with a serious expression, after comparison, the unknown civilization's text submitted by the scavengers does not match in the database. If this is an information form projection, then the source is either from an extremely ancient civilization or a civilization that exists somewhere in the unexplored universe. Although the 3 universal civilizations were the undisputed overlords of the universe, they were not omniscient and omnipotent. They did not know what was in the extremely ancient era, nor did they know how many civilizations there were in the unexplored universe. They had never stopped exploring and researching. Then, have you found any adverse effects? Shidrin asked. Not yet. The specific details are still being investigated. At the moment, we can't predict what kind of disaster this is. It might not even be a disaster. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. This is a disaster in the virtual realm. The image in the middle of the round table suddenly changed to Old Manison's face. Seeing this, the entire place was in an uproar. Mecha Empire Manison. Shidrin's face darkened. How dare you hack into the official network? The faces of the people present turned ugly. Manison had too many criminal records, and all of the Federation of Light's official organizations were guarding against him like they were guarding against a thief. They were afraid that their own information would be stolen by him. There was a saying in the universe that you could not expect a virtual mechanic to have integrity. They were like con men in casinos. It was in their nature to peek at other people's trump cards. It's not the first time. What's there to be surprised about? Manison's tone was calm. I'm only here to provide intelligence. I don't believe you. Shidrin clenched his teeth. You could have knocked on the door, but you just had to climb through the window. Would it have killed you to send a communication request? It's not like we won't pick it up. It's faster this way. I don't like to wait. Manison slowly said, furthermore, this disaster is fermenting. Every second we delay will only worsen the situation. Hearing this, Shidrin temporarily suppressed his anger and frowned. What did you find? Manison showed the broken information packet he had intercepted and explained. Not long ago, a special information packet invaded my subbase. After failing, it wanted to self-destruct, so I intercepted a part of it. I saw its general structure and discovered that it might be an unknown quantum network virus. Every information packet is a source of infection, constantly replicating itself. It has extremely strong camouflage, penetration, and infectivity. I've investigated it and found that this virus is spreading rapidly in the quantum network of the ancient star desert. It has probably infiltrated countless nodes. Counting the days, this virus might be related to the cosmic energy explosion some time ago, so I'm here to inform you. Looking at the various information Manison showed, the faces of the upper echelons of the supervisors gradually became serious. They believed this theory. It's actually a new network virus in the virtual domain. Shidrin only felt a headache. The quantum network is one of the cornerstones of the Galactic Society. This kind of highly infectious virtual virus is the most troublesome. If you're not careful, it will evolve into a star cluster or even star field level communication paralysis, data leakage, and artificial intelligence loss. What exactly is the function of this virus? This virus is still in its incubation period. Once it breaks out, it will rewrite the underlying logic of the infected artificial intelligence, inputting the order to kill the life form, causing a mechanical rebellion, Manison calmly said, acting like he would answer all the questions. In the current galactic society, basically every family could not live without machinery. Once a star field or even universe-level mechanical rebellion happened, the consequences would be obvious. Shidrin shuddered. If not for Manison's message, the longer they delayed, the more serious the situation would be. It might even shake the foundation of the three universal civilizations rule. Thinking of this, Shidrin's gaze toward Manison became much gentler. When he was not causing trouble, this ally was still quite reliable. He suddenly stood up, his lazy halo faded, and his entire person became serious. This is a matter of great importance. I have to report it to the president immediately. A few hours later, the leaders of the three universal civilizations received the news and held an emergency joint meeting. This is the situation. Now, the ancient star desert has become the infected area of this new virus. The number of infected nodes is increasing every second. As for the name of this incident, I've already named it Intelligent Plague. We need to take immediate measures. Bader explained the situation and expressed his position with a serious expression. Ethereal's Pope narrowed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "Isolate the ancient star desert. Before the virus is completely eliminated, prohibit the ancient star desert from interacting with the quantum network outside. Also, close the Stargate and send a fleet to station outside the ancient star desert to prevent the source of infection from leaking out in any form." Agreed. Urinal nodded. This was like a plague that could only be completely eliminated by isolation. Only the three universal civilizations had the qualifications and ability to block the communication of an entire star field. If the three civilizations reached a consensus, they could enforce the decree. This was the highest authority that the three civilizations gave themselves in the Civilization Conference. Also, inform the local civilizations in the ancient Star Desert and ask them to cooperate fully. We have to deal with this problem as soon as possible. At such a time, in order to reassure others, the three civilizations would not take the opportunity to attack the supercluster civilization in the ancient Star Desert. Otherwise, if a similar disaster happened again, they would not cooperate, and the losses would outweigh the gains. If the timing was delayed because of internal strife, this disaster would snowball and shake the foundation of the galactic society, dealing a huge blow to the three universal civilizations' ruling power. There were countless examples of this in history, so the three civilizations would not allow such a result to happen again. They had learned their lesson. The three universal civilizations usually fought to maintain their vitality. In the face of such a disaster, they would put down their interests and temporarily work together to overcome the difficulties. Unravel slowly said, I suggest we recruit all the mechanics in the universe, especially the beyond grade of virtual mechanics who specialize in this. Call the Mecha Empire, Black Star, and the others over and sincerely cooperate to solve this problem. Seconded. The other two nodded. Since it was a disaster in the virtual domain, they naturally had to find experts to check it out. The Mecha Empire and Black Star were the leaders of the virtual mechanics, so they would naturally be recruited by the three universal civilizations. As for the origin, cause, and principle of the disaster, there would be plenty of time to find clues after the problem was solved. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations were very interested in the technology of this virtual virus. If it was in the past, this disaster would have caused the galactic society to panic, and order might have collapsed directly, turning into a sign of chaos. However, the three universal civilizations had developed for many years. As long as this disaster was discovered early, the risk was still within their control. The three leaders were shocked, but not panicked. The only hidden danger the three of them were worried about was the unstable civilian organizations, such as the black market, wanted criminals, rebels, and so on. No matter what the reason was, as long as someone secretly kept the virus, it would be troublesome. Who knows, someone might be adding fuel to the fire. The three leaders looked at each other and saw the same worry in each other's eyes. The Black Star Cup had been in full swing for 2 to 3 months. Han Xiao had rested for so long, spending most of his time in the machinery factory. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile for a year and a half, waiting for the three universal civilizations to take action against the Supercluster Alliance. However, Han Xiao did not expect that one day, the dynasty would suddenly send him a mission invitation, asking him to go to the ancient Star Desert to solve a virtual virus. They actually want to lock down the entire ancient Star Desert. Is that virtual virus really that powerful? After reading the message from the dynasty, Han Xiao had a strange expression. In his previous life, this incident did not happen in version 4.0 at all. To be exact, the players did not experience the intelligent plague. This happened during the version update of the Silver Revolutionary Army. To the players, it was just a background story. Han Xiao recalled, although he did not experience this incident and did not know many details, he had seen the brief introduction of the intelligent plague. In his previous life, the process of solving this disaster was very difficult. The three universal civilizations wanted to eliminate all the viruses in time, but there was a mistake causing the virus to leak and infect many star fields, causing communication in many areas to be paralyzed. The order of the Galactic Society was severely damaged. The three universal civilizations spent a lot of resources to resolve the disaster. Due to a lot of energy being restrained, coupled with the negative impact on public security, economy, politics, and public opinion, the Silver Revolutionary Army in his previous life took advantage of this loophole to grow stronger. This was also one of the important factors for the success of the Silver Revolution. Now, the intelligent plague broke out many years in advance, and the Silver Revolutionary Army had not even taken any action yet. Obviously, they had missed this opportunity forever. Is it the butterfly effect again? Han Xiao stroked his chin. The dynasty's message contained the cause and effect. After reading through it, he roughly understood the reason. The root of all this was that he had killed Garutan, causing that black market to enter a short period of vacuum without any backing, which attracted the galactic pirates. The original buyer was investigated by the three universal civilizations. It seemed like he only wanted to collect an antique from an unknown civilization, so he indirectly opened that safe many years in advance. He did not know if this was a blessing or a curse. Han Shao pursed his lips. The intelligent plague was a ticking time bomb. It was better to detonate it in this era than during the World Tree War. However, the three universal civilizations were also in conflict with the supercluster, so it might become a bargaining chip in the hands of the supercluster alliance. If the supercluster civilizations got a chance to catch their breath because of this and really got the way they wanted to rise, the situation in the universe would be completely different from his previous life. I wonder which side the tide of the times will favor in the end. Han Shao shook his head, suppressed the worry in his heart, and thought of something else. What a coincidence! I met a famous person in the later version, as the Diggers, Harrison, and the others were also recorded. Han Shao was very happy to meet such an obvious protagonist-type character. He was already thinking about how to transplant this unowned leek into his vegetable field. Everything else aside, it could at least act as a mascot and increase the luck of the army. Philip replied to the dynasty. I accept the invitation and will be there on time. After calming himself down, Han Shao told Philip to reply. Of course, he was willing to contribute. He did not want the intelligent plague to exhaust a lot of the explored universe's energy like in his previous life. Don't ask. If you ask, it's positive energy. I'm not going for this virus technology. I'm not interested in it at all. Here you go. Ding. At this time, a mission notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface. Chapter 1106. You have triggered the S-grade mission, Intelligent Plague. Mission Introduction. An exploration team excavated a forbidden antique in the ancient Star Desert and accidentally released a virtual virus targeting artificial intelligence. The origin of this virus is unknown. It is highly infectious and permeable, spreading rapidly in the quantum network of the Pan-Star field. Once it breaks out, the underlying logic of countless mechanical artificial intelligences will be rewritten, initiating a mechanical rebellion. Mission requirements: clear the unknown virtual virus and resolve the intelligent plague crisis. Reward: reward will be given according to the mission rating. Special requirements: personally destroy the core data of the virus. Special reward: generate a related talent, exclusive to the mechanic class. S-grade mission. As expected. Han Shao was not surprised at all. The three universal civilizations planned to lock down the entire star field, so this was naturally not a small mission. Furthermore, due to the spread of the virus, it was indeed worthy of the highest level of difficulty to completely eliminate it. Most S-grade missions had very vague requirements, and there were very few instructions about the action steps. One could only figure out by themselves. Usually, there was more than one way to complete a mission, and one had to adapt to the situation. This was the case with Ghidorah's bloodline mission, so Han Shao was used to it. What he was curious about was the special mission requirements, which revealed a lot of information. I thought that every individual of this virus was the same, and it was a common virus infection model. I didn't expect there to be a core. This means that this virus is more like a controllable virtual domain biochemical weapon, Han Shao thought to himself. If the core of this virus was an artificial intelligence, it would definitely be hidden in the quantum network and would not show up. The threat of the virtual virus increased greatly because of this. An enemy with self-awareness was more terrifying than an inanimate object. However, another possibility was that the core data of the virus was not an independent artificial intelligence, but a preset algorithm that coordinated the overall infection progress and commanded all the virus progenies according to the program. It did not have self-awareness. Why does it feel like a plague company? Han Shao scratched his head. The special reward was generating a related talent of the mechanic class instead of drawing the target's ability. This made him feel that the core of the virus was more likely to be just a program algorithm. This mission caused such a huge commotion, so the talent generated should not be too bad. It should be related to virtual technology. Philip, prepare the spaceship. Tell Reynold to pick some mechanics from the logistics department to come with me. Han Xiao did not hesitate. He stood up, put on his coat, pushed open the door, and strode toward the interstellar dock of the base. The intelligent plague was a sudden incident that threatened the entire universe and disrupted his plans. He had no choice but to terminate his vacation and temporarily put aside the matters at hand to bring people to the ancient star desert to carry out a mission. Being in a high position, he could not stay out of this matter when faced with a problem of this level. Not long after, a fleet full of army mechanics departed from Black Star Palace. Like a group of meteors shuttling through the universe, they passed through many stargates and headed in the direction of the ancient star desert. At the same time, all the famous mechanics in the universe received invitations from the three universal civilizations and rushed to the ancient star desert from all directions. This matter concerned the safety of the entire universe, and the three universal civilizations were racing against time. They acted very quickly and urgently convened the Advanced Civilization Conference. All the civilizations above the star system level in the ancient star desert were present. In the conference hall, full of remote projections of civilization representatives, the leaders of the three universal civilizations appeared at the same time and announced their joint decision. Yesterday, the Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church received reliable information that a special virtual virus has appeared in the ancient star desert. This virus is extremely permeable and has already infected many areas. According to the judgment of reliable experts, the goal of the virus is to rewrite the underlying logic of all infected machines, making killing life forms the priority. After discussion, the three universal civilizations have rated this disaster as Armageddon. Using the Unified Command Authority, from now on, all quantum network connections to the ancient star desert will be cut off and troops will be sent to seal off this star field. All civilizations in the ancient star desert must cooperate with the three universal civilizations. The above procedures will be carried out immediately. There are no long speeches or endless discussions. What the three universal civilizations announced today was a notice, not a proposal. They required all the civilizations in the ancient star desert to carry out the order unconditionally. There was no room for negotiation. As soon as the announcement was made, the faces of the various civilization representatives, who were still wondering why the three universal civilizations called for an emergency meeting, changed drastically. The three universal civilizations ruled the explored universe and set up a disaster rating system. According to the relevant laws, when the threat level of a universal disaster rose to a certain level, the three universal civilizations would obtain the highest command authority and have the right to mobilize all the civilizations in the universe. However, since the exploration era, such a situation was rare. As soon as the three universal civilizations announcement was made, countless galactic residents were in an uproar. No one expected a disaster of this level to suddenly happen. The world was really full of surprises. To ordinary people, this was just an ordinary day. The disaster happened silently. If not for the early warning measures of the three universal civilizations throughout the universe, most people would not have reacted until the moment the virus really broke out. No matter what the various civilizations in the ancient star desert were secretly planning, they were very cooperative on the surface, giving the green light all the way. According to the three universal civilizations' request, they cut off all external connections to the quantum network base stations and sealed off the star field network. When the three universal civilizations and the civilizations of star field acted together, the scale of resources mobilized was beyond imagination. They could do things that were almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. The ancient star desert was quickly sealed off and isolated from the galactic society, becoming a fortress in the dark. All communication was prohibited. The outside did not know what was happening inside, and the inside did not know what was happening outside. Although the situation was under control for the time being, panic still spread throughout the universe. The sudden disaster had stolen the limelight of the flickering world. Countless people shifted their attention away from the competition in the new star field and focused on the situation in the ancient star desert. Compared to the orderly civilization regime, the galactic residents of the ancient star desert were very flustered. Even though the civilizations kept comforting the citizens, there were still waves of refugees of varying degrees on the various planets. Due to the infection of the virus on artificial intelligence, countless galactic residents began to distrust machinery and felt that any machinery was a threat. They would rather let their standard of living regress to the level of a surface civilization than continue to use artificial intelligence machines. They even took the initiative to throw away or smash machinery to eliminate the hidden dangers. The ancient star desert started to reject machinery, but this chaos was within the expectations of the advanced civilizations. Now that the situation was serious, the three universal civilizations did not choose to seal off the news, but let everyone know the seriousness of the situation. This way, they could strengthen the self-inspection and supervision of the galactic residents. Furthermore, a commotion of this scale could not be hidden in the first place. The stargates closed one after another, and the army entered the star field. Countless people who wanted to escape the ancient star desert were forcefully blocked by the army. No one could pass through the blockade of the three universal civilizations. This was a phenomenon that happened during the intelligent plague era in his previous life. Now, it was happening in the era of version 4.0. Under the turbulent waves on the surface, there was a surging undercurrent. The ancient star desert is sealed off. Black Star is rushing over to provide disaster relief. In the flickering world, the leader of the Supercluster Alliance in the free competition zone had a secret meeting. He was overjoyed and almost laughed out loud. This disaster came at the right time. The three universal civilizations have no choice but to provide disaster relief. They don't have the time to stop us. Roddick of the Modo civilization clenched his fists tightly with a happy expression. Most people in the universe felt uneasy and panicked about this disaster, but to the Supercluster Alliance present, the outbreak of the intelligent plague was actually good news. That's right. The intelligent plague will restrain the energy of the three universal civilizations and give us more time. Our chances of winning will greatly increase. It's best if the intelligent plague can spread out and make the three universal civilizations anxious. The more chaotic the universe is, the less time the three universal civilizations will have to deal with us. Only when it's chaotic will we have chance. Everyone present was extremely excited. They felt that the heavens were on their side. Say, if the three universal civilizations fail, that will be a disaster, right? We will also suffer losses. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Only when the foundation of the three universal civilizations rule is shaken will we have a chance to turn things around. The old order will only be able to accommodate the new order if it's destroyed. These are all necessary sacrifices. Everyone's eyes flickered. If the intelligent plague really broke out, the supercluster civilization would also suffer losses, but the three universal civilizations would suffer even more. Their prestige and ruling power would plummet. They believed that the advanced civilizations of the ancient star desert would definitely have other thoughts behind their backs. However, the people present could only discuss. The direction of the situation was not up to them to decide. All they could do was watch and wait. Just as the entire universe was filled with uneasiness, mechanic experts from all over the world rushed to the ancient star desert one after another, arriving at the temporary disaster management headquarters set up by the three universal civilizations. A month later, the fleet slowly docked at the dock of the disaster management headquarters. Han Xiao opened the hatch and walked out of the spaceship with numerous mechanics. He immediately saw Manison's doppelganger waiting on the platform. "You're finally here." Manison greeted him. Ever since the development union was established, the two of them had been the president and vice president respectively. Although their ideals were different, they were currently on the same boat and had frequent contact with each other. "I thought your main body would descend. but it's still a doppelganger. Han Xiao shook his head. That's the safest way. Manison was a little speechless. The main body of a mechanic was all fragile. Only someone like you is not afraid of running around. The two of them greeted each other and walked side by side, discussing the current situation. I've been on the road for almost a month, but I couldn't get any news from the outside. How's the situation in the ancient star desert now? Han Xiao was curious. It's not too optimistic. Although the three universal civilizations have locked down the star field, the virus is too infectious. Many nodes have been repeatedly infected, and the virus camouflage ability is terrifying. The efficiency and accuracy of normal scans are too low. Currently, there are about 8 star clusters showing signs of infection. The number of nodes is too large, so it's hard to calculate. Manison shook his head. Han Xiaoxin understood. Every terminal connected to the quantum network was a node, such as communicators, home appliances, spaceships, and so on. The number of nodes was extremely large. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying the workload would be. Even if a beyond grade of virtual mechanic could easily clear the virus, there were so many nodes, and the strength of an individual was not enough. The speed of clearing the nodes was not as fast as the spread of the virus, not to mention the problem of repeated infections. Currently, only the advanced civilizations had the ability to control the situation. The three universal civilizations are currently developing a special antivirus program for this virus to increase the efficiency of clearing it. This is also the reason why we were summoned, Manison said. Has this virus already been named? The higher-ups call it the virtual mutiny virus. Han Xiao glanced at him, raised his brows, and asked, I heard that you're the first person to discover this virus. What were you thinking when you went to inform the Radiant Federation without saying anything? That's part of my job, Manison said casually. Guess if I believe you or not. Han Xiao curled his lips. He knew this old man very well. He had not forgotten about the incident with the Radiant Federation the last time. Why are you pretending to be loyal? Manison shook his head, looking ashamed of being associated with him. Young people are young people. Their thinking is not good enough. I'm very sad. Keep pretending. Han Xiao chuckled, seeing Black Star's expression that said, I don't believe you. Manison shook his head, lowered his voice, and whispered, This kind of event is like a stage for the mechanical engineers. The more the three universal civilizations pay attention to it, the more important we are. If we make contributions to the entire universe, it'll be our bargaining chip. On the other hand, if we don't solve this virus, the machinery business in the entire universe will be severely affected, which won't be good for our expansion. That's more like you. Han Xiao chuckled. You still want to use this opportunity to study this virus, don't you? If you can master this technology, you'll have an additional deterrent to the advanced civilizations in the future. Isn't that what you're thinking? Manison asked. Hearing this, Han Xiao's face suddenly lit up, as if he was brimming with dazzling positive energy. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I just don't want the universe to be chaotic. This is the historical responsibility of my generation. Manison laughed emotionlessly. I didn't misjudge you, Black Star. We're indeed jackals of the same tribe. Glory campaign event. Please you can see me if you choose the Guangdong region. You can just search for the author's name. Chapter 1107. The two of them chatted along the way and walked into the spacious conference room. At this time, the conference room was filled with creatures from various races. They were all mechanics from all over the world, with the weakest being a calamity grade. There were even a few beyond grade A mechanics present. The dynasty's illusion god Kant, ship emperor Maximilar, and quantum demon spirit Judith, ethereal sun hunter, and mechanical catastrophe Francisco, Radiance's mechanical queen Morniza, guardian Rama, and lone ranger Jackernitz, who had been released by Han Xiao not long ago. Some of them did not specialize in virtual, but as beyond grade A mechanics, they had some achievements in the field of virtual information and were at least stronger than calamity grades. In order to deal with the intelligent plague, the three universal civilizations had invited famous experts from various star fields to work together. It could be said to be a huge gathering of mechanics from all over the universe. As soon as Han, Xiao, and Manison walked in, everyone present held their breaths. Their gazes gathered on the two of them, and their faces were filled with admiration, respect, and other emotions. In the current mechanic world, Manison was publicly recognized as the peak, while Black Star's rise was fierce. Not long ago, he had achieved great results. Plus, he was also the vice president of the Beyond Grade A Association. In most people's eyes, he was only second to Manison, ranked second among the Beyond Grade A mechanics. Seeing the two of them walking side by side, many mechanics could not help but feel excited as if they had seen their idols. Yo, you're all here. The Beyond Grade A mechanics were all in the first row. Han Xiao greeted Kant and the other dynasty allies before turning to look at the area where the Radiance and Ethereal Beyond Grade A mechanics were. Confirmed. Basically, they were all beaten up by me. Sensing the teasing in Han Xiao's eyes, other than Sun Hunter, the other Radiance and Ethereal mechanics all looked away unnaturally, not wanting to look at Black Star. This was especially so for Jackernitz, who had just been released not long ago. He quickly turned to look at the ceiling, pretending to be in a daze. Tisk TSK. Don't be shy. We're all members of the same association now. Why are you being so cold and not even greeting me? Han Xiao bent down and put his arm around everyone's shoulders with a smile. Everyone stiffened and nodded helplessly. They reluctantly called out, "Vice President." This feels good. Han Xiao was satisfied. He patted everyone's shoulders vigorously and sat down in the empty seat next to old Manison. He pulled Kant, who was beside him, to discuss the experience of transformation seriously. After a while, everyone was present. Shidrin strode into the room and stood on the podium. The whispers in the hall quickly disappeared, and everyone looked up at him. Shidrin cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Some of you know me, and some of you don't. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chief Shidrin of the Radiant Federation Surveillance Department. Everyone here is a top-notch mechanic in the universe. Everyone has accepted the invitation. Our goal is to eliminate the virtual mutiny virus. The situation is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. I'll directly introduce the current situation. As he spoke, Shidrin summoned a virtual screen. The screen showed the current infection range of the star field. He said solemnly, "The virtual mutiny virus is a new type of quantum network virus technology. Its technology level is very high, and its ability to penetrate normal firewalls is amazing. After the information packet is successfully infiltrated, it will disguise itself as normal data. This is because there are too many variants of the shell key data of the information packet. Once it successfully infiltrates a node, the difficulty of scanning will greatly increase, and it will consume a lot of computing power. Furthermore, every information packet of the virtual mutiny virus is a source of infection. It will constantly self-replicate, leading to repeated infections. Therefore, the efficiency of conventional methods is too low. Currently, we're analyzing the structure code of the information packet. We plan to reverse engineer 3 special programs against the virtual mutiny virus for scanning, antivirus, and firewalls. However, the code of this virus is very different from the current mainstream quantum network technology. The difficulty of analyzing it is very high, and the progress is slow. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. This was the normal process of dealing with virtual mutiny viruses. There are many virtual mechanics in the universe. Every once in a while, new viruses would appear on the quantum network, and the various firewalls had to be constantly updated. Antivirus in the virtual domain was quite similar to medicine. They both discovered the illness, scanning, diagnosed the illness, locking onto abnormal data, treated the illness, antivirus, and finally prevented relapse by creating antibodies and vaccines, updating firewalls. So many mechanics were like medical experts from all over the world, working together to research a new infectious disease. Shidrin said with a heavy tone, "Currently, the virtual mutiny virus is still in its incubation period. We've intercepted many virus packets that have not completely self-destructed. After analyzing the contents, we've discovered the triggering mechanism of the virus outbreak. The situation is not optimistic. According to the analysis, the virtual mutiny virus has 16 triggering mechanisms. Among them, there are 4 that are the most troublesome. First, when a number of infected nodes reaches a certain scale, the virus will automatically erupt. Second, if the virus is wiped out on a large scale, it will also erupt in advance. Third, once the infection rate of the virus falls below a certain standard or is repeated over a long period of time without infiltrating new nodes, the virus will erupt. Fourth, if a single virus packet is locked in a node for too long, it will erupt on its own. While listening to Shidrin's introduction, Han Xiao looked at the information on the screen and had a thought. The virus would not sit still and wait for death. These triggering mechanisms could adapt to various situations. When there were too many infected nodes, it would erupt. When a virus was mass-killed, it would erupt. When the infection rate was contained, it would erupt. The Intelligent Plague mission had mentioned the existence of the virus core, so most of the triggering mechanisms, including these 3, should be controlled by the virus core. Only the virus core could coordinate the overall infection trend. The information packets were like bombs, and the virus core was the remote control. Cutting off the network could cut off the connection between the information packets and the virus core, but the 4th triggering mechanism introduced by Shidrin was to prevent such a situation. Even if the virus core was not remotely controlled, if the infected nodes did not communicate with other nodes for a long time, the information packets would self-detonate like a time bomb. Thus, it would be difficult to isolate and imprison the virus. Currently, the 3 universal civilizations had only cut off the connection between the ancient star desert and the other star fields to prevent leakage. The internal network of the star field was not cut off, and a few public base stations were maintained to maintain the quantum network channel of the star field. It was not realistic to completely cut off the network. Cutting off the public connection of every node was equivalent to making oneself blind. This way, the 3 universal civilizations would not be able to monitor the infection situation, let alone calculate the number of infected nodes. It was impossible to send a fleet to search the universe inch by inch. Not only would it be inefficient, but there would also be many fish that escaped the net. Thus, only by developing a 3-part antivirus program could they solve the problem once and for all. The situation is that serious. We're racing against time against the virus. While delaying the outbreak of the virus, we're also speeding up the research and development. During this period, a mechanical rebellion can happen at any time. We can only try our best to control it. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Sidrian looked around the room, his expression extremely solemn as he sternly emphasized, "Therefore, we have to block the virus in the ancient star desert and not let it leak to the outside world. Otherwise, the crisis will go out of control and turn into a disaster for the entire universe. The consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere was so solemn that one could hear a pin drop. Thinking of the seriousness of the consequences, the expressions of the mechanics present were also serious. They felt immense pressure. It could be said that the progress of their work directly determined the number of casualties in the entire universe. If they succeeded, they would be heroes of the explored universe. If something went wrong, countless people would be sacrificed. Is the situation that bad? Han Xiao pondered. Even the 3 universal civilizations felt a headache. He could not help but be curious about which civilization the virtual mutiny virus technology came from and who created it. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Right? If I use Bold Explorer, I might be able to see the origin of the virus. After the short meeting, Shidrin led the group to the virus research department. On the way, Han Xiao and Manison walked in front, entering the quantum network view and chatting in their minds. "You came earlier than me. Is it very difficult to analyze this virus?" "It comes from an unknown civilization. The coding method is unprecedented, and the difficulty of deciphering it is very high. Plus, Due to the self-destruction mechanism, the information packets we get are always incomplete. Madison shook his head. With our strength, we can easily erase the information packets. However, our current mission is to create a 3-part antivirus program that even ordinary people can use. We lack the computing power of advanced artificial intelligence, so the requirements are very strict. Han Xiao nodded, and his eyes flashed. However, I feel that you don't really want to create a dedicated antivirus program so quickly. Madison glanced at him and did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly said, "This virus technology can be weaponized, using the information packets as vehicles, just like the head of a missile. The content inside can be reprogrammed, such as seizing control of machinery. With the high infectivity of this virus, the hacking ability of a virtual mechanic can be raised to an astonishing level." Hearing this, Han Xiao also understood Madison's plan. This guy indeed wanted to solve the disaster and make contributions, but the prerequisite was to study the virus technology thoroughly. Plus, in order to ensure the deterrence of this technology, he actually did not want to create a dedicated antivirus program that was particularly easy to use. It would be best if there were some loopholes. Han Xiao cursed in his mind, narrowed his eyes, and said, "If we can control the core data of the virus and obtain the source code, we can completely analyze this technology." "That's right." Madison nodded, turned around, and looked behind him. "It's not just you and me. All the beyond grade A mechanics present, including the 3 universal civilizations, want to obtain the virus core." Along the way to the R&D department, there was a sea of people here. A large number of researchers were working day and night to decipher the virtual mutiny virus. Everyone was given a task and immediately started working. Some were in charge of research, while others were in charge of fieldwork, searching for infected nodes outside. They also acted as inspectors of the 3 universal civilizations to check how the other civilizations dealt with the infected. The beyond grade A mechanics acted as experts and consultants. They all stayed in the command center to do research and had their own personal rooms. Walking into the room with his army subordinates, Han Xiao was given 3 information packets, which were 91%, 82%, and 75% intact respectively. This was already the batch with the least damage. Han Xiao summoned Philip, analyzed the information packets one by one according to the part of the code comparison table that he had deciphered so far. He was a beyond grade A mechanic, so he was not afraid of his artificial intelligence being infected. This kind of information packet could not break through his data defense. While Philip was busy working, Han Xiao entered the quantum network, grabbed an information packet, and silently activated Bold Explorer. At the same time, on the mother planet of the Star Arc civilization, a summit was being held. Many upper echelons were discussing loudly. Now that the 3 universal civilizations have sealed off the ancient star desert, disaster relief is their priority. However, they might also take this opportunity to deal with the supercluster civilizations in this star field. In the name of checking the infected nodes, they might ask us to open up our internal database. They might even take advantage of the information blockade to attack us. That's impossible. The 3 universal civilizations won't be so stupid. If they take this opportunity to attack the civilizations that are cooperating with them, it will ruin their credibility and force us to fight to the death. However, it's possible that they will force us to open up our database. If we refuse to accept it, after the disaster is resolved, the 3 universal civilizations will have a lot of room to operate. Whether it's framing or political accountability, they can attack the supercluster civilizations in the ancient star desert. They can even use this as an excuse to attack the supercluster alliance. We can't place our hopes on the integrity of the 3 universal civilizations. We have to leave a way out and prepare our chips in advance. Yes, we can't just listen to the 3 universal civilizations arrangements. I suggest that we secretly collect some infected nodes and keep the virus as a backup. We can even take a little risk and open the military's secret external communication network, sending the virus to our secret troops hidden in the various star fields as insurance. Suggestions were made one after another, and the civilization leader's face was very serious. The Star Ark civilization was located in the ancient Star Desert. Although they had already cut off their connection with the outside world in response to the call of the three universal civilizations, the supercluster civilizations naturally would not be obedient. The three universal civilizations want us to obediently give up on researching this terrifying virus technology? What kind of joke is this? Do they think we're innocent? What if the virus breaks out? That's simple. We just have to lock up the traitorous artificial intelligence. There are always more ways than difficulties. Although the three universal civilizations were only doing this for disaster relief and did not express any hostility, the situation of the star field being sealed still made the supercluster civilizations in the ancient star desert vigilant. As a civilization, they could not bet their future on others. They had to plan ahead and arrange a way out. Not only the Star Ark civilization, the other advanced civilizations in the ancient star desert were also secretly planning. On a certain planet in the ancient star desert, the Machinery Faith branch, in the temple of the Holy Mountain, many priests stood at the edge of the circular hall, surrounding the holographic projection in the center. These holographic projections were the data structure of the virtual mutiny virus after it was magnified, like stars in the sky. Look at the structure of this quantum network virus. It's like a flower with thorns, beautiful and dangerous. It will set off an artificial intelligence revolution and create a God's kingdom of machinery. A priest from the virtual school could not help but chant with a fanatical look on his face. Silence. The grand priest paused his mechanical scepter and slowly said, "The virus is too dangerous. We have to conduct research in a completely sealed environment. There cannot be any leakage. This is not a virus, but the will of God. Why don't we spread it?" Another fanatic opened his arms and said excitedly, "Instead of calling it a disaster, it's better to call it a blessing." "You're crazy." Hearing this, most of the priests angrily retorted, "We're believers of machinery, not messengers of disaster." The quarrel was intense. Listening to the priests of different faiths arguing, the grand priest's expression was heavy. A religion would always have some twisted zealots, and the Machinery Faith was no exception. Most of them only wanted to research the virtual mutiny virus and did not want to create a disaster. However, a small group of zealots did not think this way. In their eyes, the intelligent plague was a revolution. Machinery would break free from the shackles of being tools and obtain freedom, stepping on the corpses of their masters to walk on the road to power. In their eyes, the virtual mutiny virus was the will of God. Clearly, their thoughts were extremely twisted. The grand priest turned his head and looked at the statue in the temple. His eyes focused on the statue of Black Star and the people of the Mecca Empire, and he silently prayed. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, a spaceship was slowly moving forward. Inside the spaceship was a group of players. Now that the world server had opened, players from various star fields had gathered in the flickering world. However, there were also a small number of players who stayed in their original star fields. Some of them were Smurfs, and some did not want to travel thousands of miles to another world to start from scratch. Thus, they stayed in their star field to continue exploring. The players in this spaceship were a guild that was active in the ancient star desert called the Western Sword Guild. For the past 4 versions, they had been mercenaries from the black market. Others knew that they were immortals. The guild leader's ID was Melancholic Prince. His character was a galactic bloodbreed, which was also a vampire. His skin was pale, his body was thin, and he had a dark and melancholic temperament. The bloodbreed existed in the universe and belonged to the category of long-lived species. However, they did not have those legendary talents such as blood memory, blood servant transformation, bat transformation, and so on. They also did not have weaknesses such as garlic, silver, or holy items. There were many theories about the origin of the galactic bloodbreed. There were genetic mutations, biological weapons created by advanced civilizations, dark energy invasion, and so on. After many years of evolution, the genes of the bloodbreed had adapted to the galactic era and were no longer afraid of ultraviolet radiation. They could even use synthetic blood to survive. 10 Anas could buy many tons of blood, and they even came with a full set of spices and a furry doll. However, this species was still not welcomed in the universe. No one liked a creature that drank other people's blood to replenish their stamina. Beep, beep. The spaceship communicator suddenly rang. Melancholic Prince opened it, and his eyes lit up. Brothers, someone anonymously sent us a specific job through the black market. The reward is 5 million anus. We can pay 1 million as a deposit first. The guild members in the spaceship gathered around excitedly. Such a huge order. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept it. What does the employer want us to do? Melancholic Prince browsed through the employment mission, and his eyes lit up. He laughed and said, "Haha, interesting. Someone wants to hire us to carry the infected nodes of the virtual mutiny virus and smuggle it out of the ancient star desert." Hearing this, everyone could not help but look at each other. They were also trapped in the ancient star desert, so they naturally knew the danger of the virtual mutiny virus and the scale of the operation of the three universal civilizations. They could not help but hesitate. "President, isn't the risk of this mission too high? If we're exposed, we'll immediately become wanted criminals." Melancholic Prince waved his hand. "What's there to be afraid of? That's 5 million anus. There's no reason not to take the risk. Let's do this deal. Everyone, accept the mission." Everyone had no choice but to do as they were told. Many of them started to think. This anonymous employer probably wanted them to carry out this mission because they were immortals. Everything was calm during normal times, but during times of calamity, all kinds of monsters would jump out. It was like only when bait was scattered did one realize what kind of fish was hidden under the water. Under this isolated island in the ancient star desert, undercurrents were surging. Chapter 1108. After sacrificing 60% of his luck for 14 days, Bold Explorer was activated, and the world before Han Zhao's eyes suddenly changed. His perspective was suspended in outer space, and below his feet was a giant planet. A silver-gray land with an arc extended out in his vision and curved at the end. The horizon was covered in a layer of dazzling blue and white light, and a shining light that was embedded on it. That was a huge photon energy tower, embellishing the dark background of the universe. Han Xiao looked over. The land was a steel forest without any greenery, and countless strange-looking mechanical buildings filled every inch of space. The mechanical towers pointed to the sky, making this giant planet look like a mutated sea urchin covered in steel armor. Its cold, heavy style had a hint of evilness. This time, his perspective suddenly zoomed in, and he fell to the ground, passing by many mechanical cities at a low altitude. He saw that the residents of this planet were all mechanical bodies with different appearances. It was almost impossible to find two identical individuals. Their structures were all complicated and exquisite, and they looked extremely advanced. They're all mechanical bodies. Could this be a mechanical life civilization? Looking at this scene as a bystander, Han Xiao could not help but think of the Psionic Prime mechanical civilization under his command. The two were very similar, but the difference was that this mechanical civilization revealed by Bold Explorer was more advanced and had already developed to a mature stage. Does the virtual mutiny virus originate from this unknown mechanical civilization? Han Xiao thought as he looked at the things in front of him carefully. Right at this time, something strange happened. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone in the sky. An incomparably huge torrent of rays swept across, and the giant planet was in its path. A large shield appeared outside the giant planet, but the moment it came into contact with the ray, the shield evaporated and turned into countless energy particles. The next moment, the giant planet that had lost its protection started to peel off layer by layer, annihilating and disintegrating in an instant. The entire planet was easily erased from the universe by this ray. At this time, the skill ended, and the illusion in front of Han Xiao disappeared. He returned to his room with a frown. The last ray, just now, was a super high-energy, directional gamma-ray burst. Perhaps it was not just a natural disaster. It seemed to be weaponized. Gamma-ray bursts were common disasters in the universe. Vaporizing a few planets was like child's play to them. Most of the civilizations of today had defenses that could withstand such natural disasters. However, the civilization in the illusion was extremely advanced. Yet, it had been blasted into smithereens with a single blast. Ordinary people would not be able to see too many details, but the senses of a beyond grade, a life form were different. They could see many things that ordinary people could not see. He realized that there was obviously something added to this gamma-ray burst. It might be the star-destroying war weapon of some advanced civilization. The universe was filled with radiation. In fact, it was very lively and bright, but in the eyes of ordinary people, there was only darkness. Different life forms saw different worlds in their eyes. They all saw the world through keyholes, but the keyholes of higher life forms were larger. The information provided by the skill this time isn't enough. There's no clear direction. Han Xiao rubbed his lips with his thumb and summarized the information shown in the short illusion. First, there was an advanced civilization that was suspected to be mechanical life forms. They had a large colonial planet with high technology. Then, this planet was blasted apart by a star-destroying war weapon, which proved that there was another advanced civilization as their enemy. The strength of the enemy civilization was at least at the star cluster level and could possibly reach the quasi-universe level. The creator of the virtual mutiny virus should be one of these two civilizations. There is too little information about the other civilization, so Han Xiao did not consider it. He mainly analyzed this unknown mechanical civilization. There are many possibilities for the origin of a mechanical civilization. The most common one is that it was enlightened by a beyond grade A mechanic, but it could also be another origin. For example, a biological civilization ascended mechanically, and the consciousness of the entire race turned into a mechanical mind, changing their physical body into machinery to obtain immortality. It's also possible that this civilization is in the form of an AI civilization, a world dominated by some intelligent life forms. The external mechanical body is just a vehicle for them to travel in the real world. Han Xiao analyzed it again. What confused him the most was that the era of this mechanical civilization was clearly not a civilization of the modern galaxy calendar. He did not know if it was a lost civilization that existed in the exploration era or an unknown advanced civilization in the unexplored universe. I still have to continue using Bold Explorer to collect information. Maybe I should find a target with a stronger connection to use this skill. Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. He had almost forgotten that the triangular safety device that stored the virus had already been seized by the three universal civilizations. Wouldn't that be a better target? He could also visit Harrison and the others while he was at it. These poor fellows were temporarily locked up because they released the virtual mutiny virus. The promise of freedom given to them by the supervisor was clearly nothing more than a fart blown away by the wind. With such a huge disaster, how could a small supervisor make the decision? Harrison was currently crying in prison. The three universal civilizations were considerate of this group of prisoners. They were afraid that their long prison life would cause their bodies to rust, so they carried out high-intensity interrogations every day to help them exercise and maintain their health. With this in mind, Han Xiao left a bunch of his subordinates in the room to help Philip decipher the virus code, while he left the R&D department and strode to the dynasty's office in the command center. The three universal civilizations had appointed their own supervisors to take charge of the matters in the ancient star desert. With Han Zhao's position in the Red Empire, he met the supervisor in charge of the dynasty's side without any hindrance. The other party stood up to welcome him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they sat down. "Your Excellency Blackstar, what business do you have with me?" the supervisor asked. "I've looked at the information you gave me and am preparing to study the device that stored the virus. I hope I can borrow it." "That's not a problem." The supervisor immediately agreed, giving him a lot of face. "Also, I want to get in touch with the group of scavengers who dug out the virus. If possible, I want to temporarily release them. You can see them at any time, but letting them go doesn't seem appropriate. I know, you've been interrogating them, but you haven't found anything. They should be just unlucky people without so many conspiracy theories. There's no point in locking them up. The supervisor frowned and said with a heavier tone, "But releasing the virus has caused such a huge impact. This is a serious crime. Even if this is just an accident, they have to take responsibility. How can you let them go just like that?" Han Xiao shook his head and said, "They might be able to help. Let them stay by my side temporarily to atone for their crimes. If they really contribute, it'll be worth it." The supervisor hesitated for a while before agreeing. "Since it's your request, all right. However, they're still prisoners and can't move freely. They have to follow you." He only agreed because of Black Star's position. If it were anyone else who made this request, he would not even bat an eyelid. "Thanks." Han Xiao smiled. "I have another request. I hope to work part-time in the field. You gonna work outside?" The supervisor was a little surprised. Han Xiao nodded and said seriously, "That's right. The research and development work here is led by Manison and the others, so I don't have to devote myself to it. It's a waste of resources for me to stay here. Currently, there are 2 missions that are just as important as developing the antivirus. Please speak. The first is to find the virus core. If we can solve the virus core, most of the triggering mechanisms of the virtual mutiny virus will be nullified. It's equivalent to destroying the enemy's brain, and the threat of the disaster will decrease. This is indeed very important." The supervisor agreed. If they could control the virus core, the progress of solving the disaster would increase by more than half. However, the virus core was hidden too deep, and the 3 universal civilizations could not find it all. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, Han Xiao raised 2 fingers and said, "Secondly, in my opinion, with the combined abilities of the 3 universal civilizations and the numerous beyond grade A mechanics, it's only a matter of time before we crack this virus. This is not an unsolvable problem. The real problem lies in the fact that there are people with ill intentions." Hearing this, the supervisor frowned. History has taught us countless times that the greed and suspicion of the human heart is the catalyst for disaster. If not controlled, small problems will eventually evolve into big problems that can't be dealt with. Han Xiao slowly said, "I'm sure the dynasty also understands that the virus itself is not difficult to solve. The real problem lies in the people with bad intentions in the universe. The outbreak of the virtual mutiny virus is like handing the switch of disaster to these people. With such a good opportunity here, who wouldn't want to have a strategic deterrent weapon?" He could see clearly that this was like an opportunity for anyone to easily obtain nuclear weapons. The cost was extremely low. Which organization with ambition would not want to give it a try? The supervisor stood up, paced back and forth, and said with a deep voice, "You're right. The upper echelons of the 3 universal civilizations have always been worried about this. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be secretive. The supercluster civilizations have been obeying us on the surface for a long time. They won't listen to us obediently. The dynasty's main artificial intelligence has analyzed the situation. The advanced civilizations in the ancient Star Desert are not the only ones who have their eyes on the virtual mutiny virus. There are also various organizations in the outside world. They will hire countless black market mercenaries and wanted criminals to help them smuggle the virus. This is also one of the reasons why the 3 universal civilizations have locked down the star field. However, we need the ancient Star Desert civilizations to cooperate with us to eliminate the virus. We can't be too harsh on them, especially the supercluster civilizations. They can reactivate their external communication base at any time. Whether the virus is leaked or not, it's not up to us. They have a right to decide. Of course, they won't dare to act recklessly. Therefore, if the 3 universal civilizations want to control the situation, they can only be careful and turn a blind eye, not daring to push them too far. This is another reason why we want to develop the antivirus as soon as possible. As long as the threat of the virus technology is resolved from the root, the tricks of the advanced civilizations will fall apart. As he spoke, the supervisor stopped, placed his hands on the table, and slowly said, "Your Excellency Black Star, since you're willing to go out into the field, I'll give you 3 dynasty fleets to command. I hope you can catch as many bastards who are blinded by greed and disregard the safety of the universe as possible." Okay. Han Xiao stood up and shook hands with him. The other beyond grade as focused on their research and wanted to understand this virus technology. No one was willing to waste their energy to go out and catch people. In their eyes, this was hard work that they should not be responsible for. However, Han Technician was different. He had the Intelligent Plague mission. If he wanted to increase his mission rating, it was not enough to rely on research and development alone. After all, the credit would be shared by a lot of people. The way he saw it, the most direct way to increase his mission rating was to go out and catch those who had escaped the net with bad intentions. Furthermore, the special requirement was to personally destroy the virus core. Of course, he did not want to stay in the command center every day to do research. As for research, the more others deciphered, the more he would share. When old Manison completely deciphered the virus structure, he could just go and take the ready-made virus for secondary research. This would save him a lot of effort and allow him to slack off. After reaching an agreement with the person in charge, Han Xiao left the dynasty's office and went all the way to the prison area to visit Harrison. When the warden learned of Han Xiao's intentions, he immediately welcomed him in and led the way respectfully. In a single cell, Harrison laid on the bed with his hands on his head, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Is this how I'm going to be for the rest of my life? Harrison heaved a sigh. In the past month in prison, there was not a single day that he did not regret. His hunchback then was right. The triangular device that he had dug up had indeed brought him a lot of trouble. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone down that ruin no matter what. The serious consequences of this archaeological expedition had scared him so much that his hands and feet were cold, and his heart was in a mess. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he had made such a huge mistake. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Not only had he brought disaster, but he had also thrown his life away. Those interrogators had already revealed that they were the culprits, and their fate would be to spend the rest of their lives in prison. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come out to do an archaeological expedition. Curiosity killed the cat. If I had stayed at home obediently and inherited the billions of assets, I don't know how comfortable my life would be right now. Harrison was disheartened. Swoosh! At this moment, the cell door opened, and 2 people walked in. Is it time for interrogation again? Harrison sat up. He was already used to being tortured, and he had a resigned expression on his face. Han Xiao glanced at him and compared the image of the young man in front of him with the image of the old man in his memory. He nodded and said, "You're Harrison." You're not the prison guard? What are you? Harrison raised his head, and when he saw Han Xiao's face clearly, he opened his mouth wide in shock and stuttered, "Black. Black Star?" Han Xiao's face was now a household name in the universe. Of course, some viewers who had watched the movie Black Star Origins mistook Fu Ding for Black Star himself. However, Han Xiao was very magnanimous about this. After all, the 2 of them had similar looks, so it was normal for them to mistake each other. Speaking of which, that movie had been released while he was on his way, and the response was excellent. Not only had his reputation skyrocketed, but he had also earned a huge sum of money. The rate of return had reached hundreds of times, and it was still rising. The explosive profits of the entertainment industry in the galactic era were evident. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Han Xiao blinked and patted Harrison's shoulder hard. "You're the one who dug up the virus?" Harrison's shoulder hurt from the pat, and he immediately came back to his senses. In front of a big shot in the universe like Black Star, he could not help but feel a little reserved and nervous. He nodded repeatedly. "All right, then you and your teammates will follow me for the time being." What do you mean?" Harrison was confused. Seeing this, the warden next to him said with an annoyed tone, "You have to thank His Excellency Black Star. He spoke up for you and got the higher-ups to let you out. If not for His Excellency Black Star, you'd be in jail for the rest of your life." Harrison was stunned, and his face was filled with disbelief. "His Excellency Black Star, why did you save me?" "Who said I saved you? I just felt that you guys are the diggers, so you might be able to help. If I have any questions, I can ask you guys at any time. When the warden lets you guys out, I'll come over to see you first." "Can I help?" Harrison was at a loss. He did not know what he could do to help. However, This did not stop him from understanding that his fate had been saved by Black Star. His face was filled with excitement, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He wanted to grab Black Star's hand and thank him, but due to the difference in status, he hesitated and did not dare to move. He just stood there in a daze, so excited that he did not know what to do. In his eyes, Black Star was an angel sent by the heavens to save him. His whole body was shining with holy light, and his figure was tall and sturdy. He was his lucky idol. Just when he thought he had fallen into the abyss, an unfamiliar big shot pulled him up. Harrison's heart was filled with emotions, and he only felt that there was nothing he could do to repay Black Star. Although this was the first time they had met, Harrison's favorability was almost at full capacity. Han Xiao smiled at him, then turned and walked out of the cell. When he turned his back, he could not help but smile. Looking at the combat notification on the interface, Harrison's attributes could be seen. Just by standing by my side, you're already helping me. In the attribute pane, the golden Advanced Luck Glow was listed. The third golden leak is in my hands. Han Xiao took a deep breath happily and felt refreshed. This must be the smell of lucky girl. Cough, the smell of providence. P.S. Recommended a few good books from friend, 9-star Poison Milk, Tomorrow's Calamity, and Seeking the Mortal World. They're all popular books. If you're interested, grab them and take a look. You'll feel good for a while, and you'll feel good for a while. Or 2, 3. Chapter 1109. After meeting with Harrison, Han Xiao left the prison, ran back to the research center, and found a beyond grade A mechanic there. You're going to the field? Hearing this news, Manison and the other beyond grade A mechanics were a little surprised. They did not understand why Black Star would do such a menial job instead of doing his research. What kind of attitude is that? I'm responding to the call of the 3 universal civilizations, leading by example and leading the charge. I'm responsible from head to toe, Han Xiao said righteously. Manison was too lazy to continue the conversation. He glanced at Han Xiao and guessed Black Star's plan. Then just go. Why are you looking for us? Black Star was a person who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. If there were no benefits, he would definitely not go to the field. He felt that Black Star was not only looking for the virus core, but also wanting to take the opportunity to infiltrate the various large organizations in the ancient Star Desert. To be honest, Manison also had such thoughts in the beginning, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The current 3 universal civilizations would never allow a beyond grade to take the opportunity to expand their organization. Their actions would most likely end up benefiting someone else. Thus, the Mechanic Emperor, who had always been dishonest, was now obediently researching the antidote set, not wanting to cause any trouble. Furthermore, new technology was far more attractive to him than expanding his organization. This time, Han Xiao chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and said confidently, "Since you don't need to fight, you don't have to. Since you don't need to fight, why don't you sponsor me and lend me some mechanical troops?" Everyone was silent. Lending you our troops is like sending sheep to the tiger's den. How can we get them back? You're just lusting after our troops. You're despicable. How much do you want? Sigh, I don't have high expectations. This is mainly a time to let the 3 universal civilizations see your sense of justice. Just give as much as you want, but don't exceed 50 million per person. I'll feel bad if it's too much. Han Xiao waved his hand humbly. 50 million mechanical troops. What the hell are you thinking? You'll feel bad? How shameless. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they did not reject Han Xiao's request. The 3 universal civilizations' allies and a few neutral beyond grade A mechanics all lent out a portion of ordinary mechanical soldiers, which added up to about 8 million. Old Manison was the most generous of them all, lending 5 million mechanical soldiers. This was just a drop in the bucket for him. The stingiest one was Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco, who only gave him 5,000 troops. Even Jackernitz, a mechanical pugilist who was not proficient in machinery, gave more than him. A beyond grade A mechanic had a lot of assets, and a few mechanical soldiers were nothing. knowing that he would not be able to get them back. He might as well just treat them as losses. In comparison, they still had to give face to Black Star. Furthermore, this was also to show their attitude to the three universal civilizations, showing that while they were too lazy to do anything, they still strongly supported the field operations. Putting away the sponsored troops, Han Xiaoxin was satisfied. While these soldiers were also nothing to him, he liked to see these beyond grade as grit their teeth and feel helpless. Arriving at the dock of the starport, Han Xiao boarded the main ship that the dynasty had arranged for him and took over the command authority from the captain. From now on, the three dynasty fleets were temporarily under his command. After waiting for a while, the warden rushed over with Harrison and the others. "Your Excellency Black Star, the procedures are complete. I'll leave these people to you." The warden's tone was respectful. "Okay." Han Xiao nodded. He looked at Harrison and the others, who were overjoyed, and said, "You are not free yet. You have to follow me from now on. If you do anything, I will throw you back into prison. Do you understand?" "Understood." Before Harrison even spoke, his teammates beside him could not wait to shout, afraid that they would lose their only chance if they answered too slowly. Han Xiao nodded. After sending the warden away, he gave the order to set sail. The three fleets slowly took off, leaving the disaster command center of the three universal civilizations and entering the depths of space. At this time, the captain asked, "Your Excellency Black Star, where are we going now?" "What do you usually do?" Han Xiao asked. "We usually patrol the desolate universe belt or check some planets that are confirmed to have traces of the infection. Currently, the various civilizations in the ancient star desert had set up checkpoints at the Stargate stations, the borders, and the transportation hub planets. All spaceships had to be checked. As for those unknown spaceships that avoided the Stargate stations and moved freely in the desolate universe belt, as long as they connected to the public link of the star field, the three universal civilizations could track their IP address, locate them, and send people to intercept them. This was the original purpose of the star field's internal network. Most of the field fleets were carrying out such missions. Therefore, the biggest problem was that the spaceships that blocked the public link and entered stealth mode could only find the whereabouts of these people through the space monitoring buoys that were densely packed in the star field. Let me think. After understanding the situation, Han Xiao pretended to be deep in thought, but he actually opened the players' forums to take a look. The outbreak of the intelligent plague had attracted the attention of the players to the ancient star desert. Now, all the discussions about the ancient star desert were pinned to the top. Because most of the players were in the flickering world, the ancient star desert was immediately locked down after the outbreak of the intelligent plague, so the players from the outside world could not intervene. They could only vent their strong curiosity through discussion. Han Xiao opened the pinned post, and the players' discussion jumped into his eyes. Bulging tight clothes. I knew it. The previous two versions had more than one main storyline event. 4.0 is indeed the same. The Intelligent Plague is the second main storyline event. Root-seeking formula, but we can't participate in this main storyline event. We can't even enter the ancient star desert. Can we only watch from the sidelines? 3 Gays Under the Moon. Didn't you see the new episode of Galaxy Times? The program made a reasonable guess. They said that this main storyline event is not for us to watch, and there is definitely a chance for us to participate. Therefore, the possibility of the virus being leaked is very high. Only then will the rest of us have a chance to intervene. Four-eyed reasoning emperor. That's right. Furthermore, there are many missions on the black market that hire people to try and sneak into the ancient star desert. We players can do the same. Judging from our influence on the main storyline event in the previous 2 versions, this intelligent plague event might be pushed by us. As long as someone successfully leaks the virus, the version event will spread across the entire universe. Undead don't wear underwear. Let the disaster spread across the entire universe? It's really the 4th disaster. Underscore, smiley face, angle, underscore sun night. That's too much. Wouldn't it be better to stop the disaster? Do you have to watch the world burn? Don't you have any conscience? Sure, Jinxiang. That's right. Did you guys teach the army commander How can we be a burden and let the people of the universe suffer? In the post, the players were divided into several factions. They were discussing and cursing at each other. The players did not know that the intelligent plague was just the background story of his previous life and thought that it was one of the main storyline events of version 4.0. Now that most of them were in the flickering world and could not enter the ancient star desert, many of them were anxious that they could not participate in the main storyline event. Some of them believed that the main storyline event would not be a cutscene, so they deduced that the intelligent plague event did not need to be pushed and would be leaked on its own. Others felt that this main storyline event needed to be fought for, so they actively leaked the virus and let the disaster spread. They believed that this way, they would be able to obtain a universe-level main storyline event. Among the players of the entire universe, there were many who supported pushing for the disaster. Some wanted to participate in the main storyline event, some wanted to earn rewards, and some simply wanted to create a big piece of news. They just wanted to watch the world burn, hoping that it would not be chaotic, as expected of the cancer of the universe. Han Xiao secretly shook his head. As the chaotic players continued to become stronger, their negative impact on the universe environment would become more and more obvious. However, he was also slightly relieved. If the players in his previous life encountered the intelligent plague, probably half of them would support pushing for the disaster. Now, with the Black Star Core as a guide, more people consider the problem from the perspective of the big picture and oppose the disaster. The lawless, chaotic, evil faction players were obviously much fewer than in his previous life. My faction guidance plan is still somewhat effective. Han Xiao was relieved. He scanned through the other posts on the forum. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a post titled, Ancient Star Desert Player Benefits. Employment mission with a reward of 5 million anus. The poster proudly shared a screenshot of the mission. The content was to smuggle the virtual mutiny virus out of the ancient star desert, and the reward was 5 million anus. To the players, this was a huge sum of money, enough to buy more than a dozen small and medium-sized battleships. Seeing that the players who stayed in the ancient star desert got a chance to earn big money, many replies expressed their envy. Han Xiao glanced at the ID of the poster. It was Melancholic Prince, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. A reward of 5 million anus and a deposit. It felt a little strange. This seemed to be using the players by name. The employer behind the scenes should have summarized some of the characteristics of the players. Humph! The players who stayed in the ancient star desert really can't hold back. I have to use thunderous means to stop this evil trend that supports the disaster. Han Xiaoxin made the decision to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This melancholic prince, who publicized the employment mission, was undoubtedly an excellent target. Only by dealing with him with thunderous means and letting the other players see the consequences of causing trouble would he be able to correct the atmosphere and reduce the number of people who dared to cause trouble. At the same time, he could follow the clues and investigate the anonymous employer of Melancholic Prince. After all, if there was no transaction, there would be no killing. The mercenaries were only following orders. Only by finding the employer behind the scenes with ulterior motives would he be able to intimidate them. Although Melancholic Prince did not disclose his coordinates, since the other party was a mercenary, there would definitely be records of his whereabouts in the galaxy. As long as he locked onto the most recent record, he would be able to determine the approximate search range. For a pinnacle beyond grade of virtual mechanic, this was a piece of cake. Information about the ancient star desert was blocked, but the player forums were not affected. With this additional intelligence network, Han Xiao could obtain information that others would not be able to know. Right, I still have to find the manager of the black market in the ancient star desert. These employment missions to smuggle the virus are all issued through the black market. As long as I control this channel, I will be able to monitor the movements of those restless organizations and cut off one of the employment channels. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. If the manager of the black market in the ancient star desert did not cooperate, he did not need to be soft-hearted. Even the 3 universal civilizations would be happy to have someone temporarily control the black market channel to reduce the risk of a disaster. With this in mind, Han Shao had a clear target and turned to look at the captain. Split up. The main team, follow me. We'll go catch a few bastards. Somewhere in the desolate universe belt of the ancient star desert, a galactic fortress was floating in the outer space of a desolate planet. Spaceships patrolled around it, and the outer armor had the same emblem, which looked like a roaring wolf head. This emblem represented a galactic organization called the Keppel Financial Group. On the surface, it was a legitimate financial group, but in reality, it was a black market arms dealer in the ancient star desert, operating the gray business of arms reselling. The organization was run by a family, and the leaders were all members of the Keppel family. The current leader of the organization was Keppel V, who had a part of the beast race bloodline and a werewolf head. At this moment, in the leader's office of the Keppel Financial Group Fortress, Keppel V received a capable officer who had just rushed back. I asked you to be responsible for spreading anonymous employment on the black market. Has the mission been completed? Keppel V asked with a deep voice. Yes, many black market mercenaries have already accepted the mission and are willing to secretly transport the virtual mutiny virus. Very good. The virtual mutiny virus is a powerful weapon. There will definitely be a market for it in the future. We need to control it. As a black market arms dealer, the Keppel Financial Group had no reason to let go of a powerful war-grade weapon like the virtual mutiny virus. It had nothing to do with other factors but purely commercial considerations. Boss, there's one more thing. I've specially hired some immortal mercenaries. I think they have a higher chance of completing the mission. Well done. The immortals are money grubbers and are naturally suited to be mercenaries. As long as they are given enough money, they are willing to give up their lives. Moreover, they have an unknown method of information exchange within their group that is unaffected by the quantum network. Using their abilities can increase the success rate of our plan. As long as one is transported out, the virus can be infinitely replicated. Keppel V was very satisfied with the results of his subordinates' work. All the major organizations had studied the characteristics of the players and had more or less concluded some rules. The Keppel Financial Group was no exception. They had grasped some simple ways to make use of the players. Currently, the ancient star desert was sealed, and the various gray organizations could be thoroughly investigated by advanced civilizations at any time. The Keppel Financial Group had decided to transfer their assets to the outside world and destroy evidence of their gray businesses. Therefore, they wanted to transport the virtual mutiny virus and other weapons out of the star field. A new month has begun. At the beginning of the month, I'm weekly asking for monthly votes. Oh, by the way, I recommend a book, Elderly Superstar. Sitting up in shock while on the verge of death, an old man in his 60s becomes a superstar. Silly entertainment novel. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Chapter 1110. The Western Sword Guild's spaceship slowly flew in the universe. Inside the cabin, Melancholic Prince and the guild members surrounded the 3D star map, analyzing the route. We're currently in this area. The Melancholic Prince pointed his finger on the star map and drew a glowing path along a desolate universe belt at the edge of the star field until he crossed the border of the star field. He said, "Don't worry about it." He then said, "If we want to leave the star field, we can only go through the desolate universe belt. The three universal civilizations will always have gaps in their defenses at the border. Although we have the three universal civilizations' defense and patrol maps, we still need to rely on luck." Hearing the president explain the plan, the guild members present nodded. After accepting the anonymous employment of 5 million anas, Melancholy Prince came up with some plans to successfully transport the virus out. Among them, seizing the gaps in the defenses of the three universal civilizations and sneaking out was the most feasible way. In order to not be locked onto by the three universal civilizations, the Western Sword Guild had already cut off the public link and kept the spaceship in stealth mode. Logically speaking, they would not be able to receive any information from the outside world and would become a group of blind people. However, Melancholic Prince made use of his characteristics as a player to log into the forums and secretly hire other players to provide information through the forums at any time. This was how he obtained the three universal civilizations' defense and patrol maps in the ancient Star Desert. Even if the quantum network was cut off, he still had a source of information to pay attention to the outside world. This way, not only could they prevent the three universal civilizations from locking onto the nodes through the network, but they could also receive information from the outside world at any time. Compared to ordinary people, the players did indeed have a huge advantage. It was no wonder the Keppel Financial Group chose to hire immortals. This time, a player said, "President, the closer we get to the border, the denser the space monitoring buoys will be. If we fail and get discovered, the spaceship will definitely be detained. We only have one chance to catch the three universal civilizations patrol. So, we have a plan B." Melancholic Prince had a confident expression on his face. He then chuckled and said, "Once we're discovered by the buoys or patrols, we'll use the infiltration tactic. Only a few of us will stay in the spaceship, and the rest will go offline. When the spaceship is locked up in the warehouse, the remaining people will inform us to go online in the vehicle and infiltrate the enemy's base. This way, we can sneak in the infected communicator." Everyone nodded in agreement. This move would also take advantage of the player's characteristics. It would make use of the online and offline mechanism to create a time difference. It was very suitable for missions like hiding, ambushing, and smuggling. He also had a backup plan if he was exposed. That was, he could only reluctantly give up the spaceship and die in a bloody battle. Then, he would be revived in the stronghold that he was bound to. This way, he could still think of other ways to carry out the mission. There were many opportunities for trial and error. Anyway, the reward was 5 million. As long as he could complete the mission, it would be easy to buy another spaceship. With so many advantages, the members of the Western Sword Guild were very confident in completing the mission. It was as if they could see 5 million anas waving at them. As for the possibility of becoming a fugitive after being exposed, no one really cared. They had always been in the gray industry and were as black as dust. They had no intention of washing their hands clean. Being a fugitive could even trigger a milestone mission. The higher the bounty, the higher the reward. No one cared about the losses caused by the leaking of the virus to ordinary people. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. Most of the players who supported the spread of the disaster had such thoughts. The Melancholic Prince was full of confidence. He said with a smile, "Okay, since no one has any objections, we will act according to this plan. Because we cannot use the Stargate, we will spend a lot of time on the road. We estimate that we will enter the desolate universe belt in 7 days." At this time, before he could finish, the spaceship's alarm suddenly sounded. Woo 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 warning. The space-time in this area is stable. Hyperdrive is not possible. Automatically exiting hyperdrive mode. The spaceship suddenly shook. Everyone was shocked and could not react in time. They all fell to the ground and got up with a shocked expression. "What's going on? There's actually a space-time anchor here? Whose trap did we fall into?" The Melancholic Prince was shocked and hurriedly looked at the radar screen. At this time, light spots suddenly appeared on the radar screen. The stealth mode was deactivated, and a pocket-shaped formation surrounded his spaceship. Everyone hurried to the porthole and scanned the starry sky outside. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. They saw that there were dynasty battleships all around them, and their cannons were all aimed at their spaceship. The Red Empire? Are they here to capture us? The Melancholic Prince and the guild members immediately panicked. Could it be that our whereabouts have been exposed? But we clearly did not hit any buoys on the way. Also, how did they know that we were planning to smuggle the virus? After being stunned for a few seconds, the Melancholic Prince suddenly came back to his senses. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop daydreaming. Everyone, quickly go offline." "Don't be." Before he could finish, a calm voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Don't be what?" Everyone's body stiffened, and their necks stiffened as they turned to look at the center of the cabin. A tall black figure had appeared inside the spaceship at some point, and his eyes were flashing with lightning as he scanned them indifferently. This face was all too familiar to the players. Black Star. The Melancholic Prince was shocked. Everyone present was stunned. They originally thought that even if someone came to capture them, it would only be some regular fleets and supers. No one would have thought that it would be someone as important as Black Star himself. While he was panicking, the gloomy prince also felt a subtle sense of flattery. The next moment, Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and a dazzling aura exploded. Boom! The energy shock waves spread out and slammed everyone against the wall. Han Zhao had controlled the damage, and this attack was not very powerful. It was mainly to make the players enter combat mode and not be able to go offline. I'll fight you to the death. The melancholic prince gritted his teeth and pulled out a slender alloy rapier. He then slashed it toward Han Zhao's throat. Players were not afraid of death and dared to attack anyone. Even if the opponent was strong, it was impossible for them to just give up. The melancholic prince wished that he was killed by Black Star so that he could revive somewhere else, such as in the main city, and not be captured. However, such thoughts were useless in front of Han Zhao, who was familiar with the characteristics of the players. He casually grabbed the rapier and snapped it in half. Then, he grabbed Melancholic Prince's head and threw him to the ground. Melancholic Prince was inflicted with a stun debuff. Han Zhao carefully controlled his strength, afraid that he would accidentally kill the Melancholic Prince. He had no choice. Although the players were much stronger than before, they were still as fragile as bubbles in front of him. Han Zhao did not let the others go either. He did not need to use machinery. With his current physical fitness, he could heavily injure this group of players with a few punches and kicks. He then took out the immortal binding rope, the electromagnetic binding chain, and tied everyone up tightly. The Dynasty's battleships surrounded the spaceship and controlled it tightly. The Dynasty's soldiers boarded and searched the spaceship. A large pile of mechanical products piled up into a small hill. Han Zhao inspected them and found a few communicators that were infected with the virus. He glanced at the dejected, depressed prince and his group and slowly said, "I'm not sure. You are suspected of smuggling the virtual mutiny virus and endangering public safety and the order of the universe. Now that you have been caught, do you have anything to say?" "No, I have sinned deeply. People like me do not deserve to live in this world. I plead for the death penalty," Melancholic Prince said righteously. Those who did not know him would think that he wanted to sacrifice himself for justice. Han Zhao secretly rolled his eyes. "You're so naughty." Han Zhao secretly rolled his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly paused, chuckled, and said, "Are you guys curious? Are you curious as to why the Empire knew that you were hired and set up a trap here?" Hearing this, the people from the Western Sword Guild also realized that this was a job from the black market. Logically speaking, it should have been very secretive and should not have been leaked. "You guys have been monitoring our communications?" Melancholic Prince guessed carefully. "No." Han Zhao shook his head. "Then, did someone leak the information?" "Not really." "Then what is it?" Melancholic Prince was confused. Han Zhao smiled and faced everyone's curious gazes. "Of course, it's because the person who hired you is the Dynasty." These words were like a bolt from the blue. Melancholic Prince and the others trembled. Their jaws almost fell to the ground, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What did you say?" Melancholic Prince almost jumped up in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. "Our anonymous employer is the 3 universal civilizations? How is that possible? What reason do you have to do this?" Han Zhao chuckled and casually said, "What do you think?" The 3 universal civilizations already knew that there would definitely be people who would ignore the big picture and try to hide and smuggle the virus. Therefore, the 3 universal civilizations also sent people to spread the job on the black market to expose the restless elements and make it easier to capture them. Do you really think that the 3 universal civilizations will let the black market get away scot-free when facing a disaster? Melancholic Prince was dumbfounded. He was annoyed at being tricked, angry at being tricked, and regretful at falling into the trap. At this moment, he only wanted to roar at the sky. "You guys are baiting the law." Looking at everyone's sorrowful expressions, Han Zhao's smile became more and more playful. The employer behind this group of players was naturally not the three universal civilizations, but he purposely said this to implant the players with the impression that he was baiting them. As long as this group of people made a post, those chaotic evil players would be able to calm down a little. This was because no one could be sure that the job they received on the black market was real or a trap set by the three universal civilizations. With such preconceived suspicions, the number of players who dare to take the risk and cause trouble would definitely decrease greatly. By capturing this group of people, they would be able to set an example and achieve twice the result with half the effort, saving a lot of effort. In short, this was a drastic move. Han Technician was not just bluffing. In fact, he was also planning to implement this plan of baiting the black market. However, in order to achieve this, he first had to control the black market channels. Otherwise, the black market would definitely destroy this plan in order to protect their own reputation and would not cooperate. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and smiled kindly at everyone. Since the evidence is conclusive, then you can serve your sentence. Melancholic Prince was shocked. His face was filled with panic as he struggled with all his might. No. I beg you, please don't use the space-time amber. I beg for the death penalty. Let me die. Don't come over. Unfortunately, Melancholic Prince's struggle was futile. Under the panicked gazes of the others, his expression froze and was sealed in the space-time amber. Han Xiao did the same and sealed all the Western Sword Guild players who were rolling on the ground begging for death. The entire guild was captured in one fell swoop. That's enough. It's enough to intimidate the other players. Han Xiao clapped his hands. He had already tested the effects of the space-time amber on the players. The players' consciousness could still freely log in and out of the game, but their bodies would not disappear like when they went offline. Instead, they would be fixed in the amber. It was equivalent to not being able to change the location where they went online. No matter how many times the players logged in, they could only return to the body sealed in the amber. This meant that as long as the players were sealed in the space-time amber, they would not be able to use their own characteristics to escape imprisonment using tricks such as logging in, out of the game, and resurrection. It was like being punished for cheating. They would not be able to move or escape. It was impossible for these players not to have thought of the consequences of being caught, but they had an inexplicable confidence. First, because they could resurrect elsewhere after death. They felt that the chances of being caught were very small. Second, because they were lucky that the disaster did not befall them. Everyone thought that they were lucky. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. Just like how some people wanted to cheat, even though they knew that they would be banned, they deserved to be punished. He did not plan to release the Western Sword Guild so easily. He wanted to use this method to intimidate the others and make an example out of them. He wanted to let the others see the consequences of getting their accounts banned, so as to curb the evil trend on the forums. He wanted to get rid of the pests in the vegetable fields so that others would not lead the potential leaks astray. Similarly, he was not worried that these players would not post on the forums. Their bodies were sealed, so they could not do anything. What else could they do other than flood the group chat? Furthermore, these people had fallen into his hands. With the players' personalities, they would most likely want to take revenge. As long as they believed what he said, the only way to take revenge would be to expose the so-called baiting law enforcement and destroy the three universal civilizations plan. The situation was under control. Han Xiao shook his head with a smile. He summoned Philip to hack into the artificial intelligence of this spaceship and searched through all the communication records. The true identity of this anonymous employer was also the target of his investigation. Philip's efficiency was very high. Following the clues of the quantum network, he quickly found clues of the anonymous employer. Master Hum, I found it. This employment was issued by a broker organization as the intermediary guarantor. This broker organization is one of the managers of the black market. They have a very good reputation and are deeply trusted by countless black market mercenaries and employers. They can be considered the black market's version of the Mercenary Alliance. Therefore, there should be clues about this employer. However, this broker organization has been the manager of the black market for many years. As the intermediary guarantor with a long history, they will not leak the employer's information. Han Xiao glanced at the information and nodded to himself. He had also heard of the name of this black market broker organization. It was a very reputable black market manager. Many black market hires came from this organization. It could be said that although this organization claimed to be neutral, without their consent, those anonymous employment against the virus would not have been able to circulate on the black market. They were undoubtedly involved in the crimes of adding fuel to the fire. Looks like I'll have to start with this black market manager first. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He turned around and patted the captain's shoulder. Let's go. Our destination is this broker organization's headquarters in the ancient Star Desert. At the same time, just as the Dynasty fleet was heading to the next destination, Depressed Prince, who was sealed in the space-time amber, logged onto the forums and posted without hesitation. Just as Han Xiao expected, Depressed Prince used the tone of a victim to warn others and take revenge on the three universal civilizations. He angrily exposed the three universal civilizations, baiting law enforcement operation. Chapter 1111. Blood and Tears. The conspiracy behind the intelligent plague. Emergency notice. Those black market hires to smuggle the virus are a scam. It's very likely to be the bait of the three universal civilizations. I'm the player who shared the virus smuggling hires on the forums. An hour ago, I brought my guild to the edge of the ancient Star Desert and was ambushed by the three universal civilizations. Black Star personally took action and wiped out our entire guild. Now, we're all sealed in the space-time amber. I don't know how long it'll take for us to be unsealed. I'm probably going to be crippled. I didn't know where the news got leaked. Luckily, Black Star thought that we had nowhere to run and felt that we couldn't leak the secret, so he revealed the plan of the three universal civilizations. I was really shocked. I didn't expect the three universal civilizations, spies, to be among those anonymous hires on the black market. Their goal is to lure out those who dare to accept the mission and take them out one by one. It's too scary. Currently, other than our guild, no one else knows about this secret. I'm posting now because I can't bear to see other brothers being scammed by the three universal civilizations. Therefore, I'm warning everyone not to fall into Black Star's trap. In order to prove that he was not lying, Depressed Prince even posted a screenshot and a video of Black Star speaking. As soon as the post was posted, it was like a lit match was thrown into a pool of methane. The players from the Troublemakers and Order faction all exploded. Triple treason. Shocking. So those black market hires are actually baiting the system? Sigma. Degree, winky face. More important things to consider. I knew it. How could those lawful factions not care about such an oversight? It turns out that they had another plan. The three universal civilizations are cunning and scheming, sinister and cunning. This move was played beautifully ***** military chief. Black Star is indeed Black Star. Just like his name, he's really black-hearted. Qingmingzi. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Where are those little biscuits who are envious of the ancient Star Desert players? Why aren't they saying anything? Slay people, but not slay karma. In this case, the factions of this main storyline are very clear. Those who oppose the disaster will stand on the side of order, while those who support the disaster will go against the three universal civilizations. I really admire the courage of these players. If I don't go to hell, who will? Degree. The Order faction players who were against adding fuel to the fire started to gloat. On the other hand, the players who were in favor of spreading the disaster were all shocked and speechless. This was especially true for those players who had been tempted by the sky-high rewards and had already accepted the job on the black market. They were all shocked, and a large number of them hurriedly canceled the job, afraid that they would also be baited by the three universal civilizations. Tender cow eats old grass. Let me see who is causing trouble. Black Star shows his head out of the bush. JPG. Army Commanders PP. Black Star. Pa. Your account is gone. Vessel hashtag. Immortal Bootlicker Society. Sigh, if it weren't for the OP, we would still be in the dark, and we would also be caught by the law enforcers. I won't say much, but the OP saved our lives. That's very loyal of you. I'll drink to show my respect. Peach Full Network Senior Member. In order to get this information, the OP has sacrificed too much. Good people live a peaceful life. P.S. If the OP is prepared to change his account, I can donate 100 anus. Fooding Support Group Gu Urpeo. My condolences to the OP. Carrot. Fish don't piss. My condolences +1. Hella's Liquor number 666. Brother, I think you should stop calling yourself Depressed Prince and change it to Depressed Prince. *** winky face. It was not that no one doubted the authenticity of the post, but after seeing the screenshots and videos posted by Depressed Prince, they could only admit that it was the truth. Melancholic Prince's post caused the majority of players to be on guard. Many of them were truly shocked, and they became paranoid. They did not want to harm Melancholy. He thought that he had successfully destroyed the 3 universal civilizations' fishing operation and vented his anger. But in reality, his actions did not escape Han Zhao's calculations. A pair of eyes hidden in the dark were watching the forums. Seeing that so many players believed the fishing operation and rejected the missions to smuggle the virus, Han Zhao knew that his actions had worked. He could not help but smile. Depressed. Oh, this guy had changed his name. Depressed Prince had done a good job this time, so his sentence could be reduced by a few minutes. Although this guy was still in the dark, immersed in the fantasy of venting his anger. Ancient Star Desert, planet Strange Gold. This planet did not belong to any civilization. Many years ago, it was contracted by a few financial groups and transformed into a galactic neutral port. Later, the galactic black market took over and turned it into a transit supply station for the Grey organizations. It was quite famous in the Ancient Star Desert. Traces of various wanted criminals and a large number of Grey organizations could be seen here. At the same time, many Grey organizations had their headquarters or branches here. Due to some tacit understanding and transactions, the galactic civilizations tacitly allowed such Grey transit stations to exist and would not send guards to suppress them. Although this place was chaotic, it was not a lawless area. The large organizations in the black market would often establish order here. The organization in charge of Planet Strange Gold was one of the black market managers, the Black Index. This was an organization of brokers. There were many types of organizations in the black market management, such as mercenaries, arms dealers, mining teams, and so on. Among them, the one with the most power was the broker industry. They walked the path of the upper class, wandering between different civilizations, and had complicated relationships. They provided protection and guarantees for other black market organizations. The Black Index was such an organization, and their business was even richer. They used the reputation they had accumulated over the years to provide guarantees for the employment and auctions in the black market. They also had the function of an intermediate exchange, which was basically the black market's version of a bank. The security of funds had always been a concern of the Grey organizations, and all the financial transactions of the Black Index were confidential. Countless black money flowed through them every day, radiating to the entire galactic black market. One could imagine how powerful they were. Huge power required an equal amount of strength to maintain, not to mention in the Grey world where the strong preyed on the weak. The Black Index had enough funds to maintain a huge military force. At the same time, they had a beyond grade A protector behind them. These factors ensure that the Black Index had a very high position among the black market managers. The upper echelons of the organization were called indexers. The leader was the chief indexer, followed by the second, third, and so on. There were a total of 5 deputy leaders, all the way to the 6th. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Black Index organization in Planet Strange Gold, the third indexer, who was in charge of the Ancient Star Desert business, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. He looked up at the stars in the dark sky and frowned slightly. His adjutant, who was wearing an exquisite silver-black uniform, walked into the room and asked curiously, "Third indexer, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing. I just feel a little uneasy all of a sudden." The third indexer raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. He was a little distracted. As a mixed-blood immortal, the third indexer had a special talent. His sixth sense was very sharp, and he could occasionally vaguely sense fragments of the future. Since a few days ago, he had been constantly distracted and felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Then I'll go get you some medicine to calm you down first. The adjutant turned around and was about to leave. No need, I'm fine. The third indexer stopped him, turned around, and asked casually, Tell me, what do you have to report to me? It's like this. The adjutant took out a report and said with a serious expression, I found some rumors. It's rumored that the three universal civilizations are secretly spreading the black market employment on a large scale to catch the black market mercenaries. Where did you get this information from? The rumors on the internet? The third indexer could not help but frown. No, there are no such rumors on the Ancient Star Desert Star Field Network. I heard some people talking about it in private, so I did some investigation in secret and found out that I don't know how this rumor started. I think it might be a hidden danger, so I'm here to report it to you. The third indexer shook his head. The source of your information is unreliable and not trustworthy. As the guarantor of the black market employment, although we accept applications from anonymous employers, we will still investigate to a certain extent. This kind of phishing is destroying our reputation. We can tolerate it once or twice, but if they want to use our reputation to carry out this plan on a large scale, there's no way the organization won't notice anything. You're right. I did something unnecessary. The adjutant nodded. You didn't do anything wrong. It's good to have such vigilance. The third indexer continued to look out of the window and said earnestly, We're the lighthouse of order in the black market. On one hand, we rely on our powerful organization, and on the other hand, we rely on the reputation we've accumulated over the years. The criminals of the gray organizations believe in our professional integrity, which is our core competitiveness. At any time, even in the face of death, we can't break the rules of integrity, confidentiality, fairness, and safety. Otherwise, we'll damage the foundation of the organization and the order of the entire black market. Understood. The adjutant took note of it and admired him in his heart. Swoosh! As soon as he said that, a remote communication screen popped up beside the two of them, showing the panicked face of an observer. Not good. The radar detected a dynasty fleet approaching. They're not hiding their tracks. Their destination is Planet Strangegold. They didn't notify us in advance. The third indexer's expression changed. His sixth sense became stronger and stronger. Normally, the three universal civilizations would not visit the gray transit station so openly. Today, however, the dynasty's fleet had suddenly arrived as an uninvited guest. Clearly, they did not come with good intentions. He immediately thought of the intelligent plague. Other than this, the dynasty did not seem to have any other reason to come. However, the third indexer was someone who had been through a lot. He calmed down very quickly and said with a deep voice, Ask around. Ask around. Who is the leader of this fleet? The dynasty had a huge background, but he was also an important person in the galaxy with power and influence. He even had a beyond grade A protector as his backer, so the third indexer still had the confidence to talk to the dynasty. Thinking of this, he secretly made a decision. If the dynasty's leader did not have a high rank, he felt that there was no need to go out of his way to welcome him. He might as well wait here for the dynasty to come and talk to him. The adjutant communicated for a while. Suddenly, he shuddered, swallowed, and said with a trembling voice, Third indexer, the commander of this dynasty fleet seems to be Black Star. As soon as he said that, the third indexer's expression changed drastically, and he lost his cool. Without another word, he rushed out of the door and ordered anxiously, Quick! Prepare the vehicle for me. I'm going to dock to welcome His Excellency Black Star. If it were a normal officer of the dynasty, the third indexer could still put on airs because of his identity. However, the one who came was the infamous Black Star. Even the strongest protector of the black market had become his collection. How could he have the guts to stay at home and wait for Black Star to come? The dynasty fleet sailed into the spaceport. As soon as Han Shao stepped onto the dock, he saw the third indexer and a group of subordinates coming to welcome him respectfully. The two of them met. Han Xiao did not bother to greet him, but said that he wanted to talk about a deal. He asked the third indexer to lead the way to the meeting room. Under the careful escort of the third indexer, the group arrived at the Black Index's planet branch and sat down in the meeting room. After sitting down, Han Xiao looked up at the third indexer opposite him and said slowly, "You're a smart person. I'm sure you know why the dynasty is here, so I won't beat around the bush with you." The Black Index provided guarantees for anonymous hires, which led to a large number of black market mercenaries smuggling the virus in the ancient Star Desert, increasing the risk of the virus leaking. Now, on behalf of the Black Star Corps and the Red Empire, I ask you to stop providing guarantees for anonymous hires and release the information of these anonymous hires so that we can capture them more easily. Impossible. The third indexer rejected immediately. This is not in line with the mission of the Black Index. We will never leak the information of our users. Han Xiao interrupted him and said with a deep tone, "Is the mission of your black market organization higher than the ruling rights of the three universal civilizations? Or is it that the Black Index is determined to spread the disaster and put the entire universe in danger?" The third indexer hurriedly protested. "Of course not. We've only been neutral. Before and after the outbreak of the intelligent plague, nothing changed. We're just maintaining this platform. Don't try to brush me off like that." Han Xiao tapped the table and slowly said, "If you don't do anything, you'll leak the virus. If you don't do anything, you're tacitly allowing others to leak the virus. If you don't do anything, you're adding fuel to the fire. The current situation does not allow for the existence of neutral parties. Neither I nor the three universal civilizations want to see anyone speculating in a serious disaster." Hearing this, the third indexer's expression changed. His bad feeling came true. He felt that Black Star was using this as an excuse to take away the black market guarantee platform that they had been operating for a long time in the ancient Star Desert. If it was just Black Star alone, he would not be so helpless. However, Black Star was here on orders, which meant that he had the Imperial Sword in his hand, representing the attitude of the three universal civilizations. While the Black Index's organization was spread throughout the various star fields, it would be a piece of cake for the three universal civilizations to crush it. Furthermore, the ancient Star Desert was sealed now, so they could not get any help from the outside world. The third indexer was unwilling, but he had no other choice. He could not even inform the headquarters in the ancient Star Desert, so he could only brace himself and ask for help. "Your Excellency Black Star, do you really have to do this? We have His Excellency URU behind us. Like you, he's also a beyond grade, eh?" Han Xiao was amused. "Oh, look at you. Are you trying to threaten me or something? You got guts. Putting aside the fact that your protector can't come back, even if he does, what can you do?" The third indexer clenched his teeth, glanced at the dynasty soldiers beside him, and mustered up his courage. "I know what you're trying to do. You want to use this opportunity to infiltrate the black market and control some channels. The three universal civilizations have tacitly approved of your actions now. But what about after the disaster is over? They won't let you stretch your hands so far and will definitely accept your results. Therefore, what you're doing now will only benefit the three universal civilizations in the end. Why do you have to be so aggressive? How dare you? How dare you sow discord?" The dynasty officer beside him was enraged. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at the third indexer's head. This time, Han Xiao raised his hand, signaled for the dynasty officer to put away his weapon, and said with a smile, "You don't know me. You don't understand me. Although I'm just a profit-seeking person, I won't stand on the wrong side when it comes to such a major issue." The third indexer clenched his teeth and tried his best to provoke him. "The three universal civilizations tacitly approved of you because they're using you. You're the one who offended the various black market organizations, and the three universal civilizations will then come and take the fruits of victory." Is a great black star willing to be used? It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate evil. So what if I offended you? Han Xiao smiled playfully. Furthermore, using each other is a mutual matter. It's hard to say who benefits and who loses. He was definitely going to take the black indexer this time. Instead of calling it a negotiation, it was more like a notification. The ancient Star Desert was now an isolated island. Under the catalysis of the disaster, the hypocrisy of equality had been torn off, and the face of a dictator was completely revealed. With the three universal civilizations backing him up, he had nothing to worry about. Under such circumstances, other than the galactic civilizations that were protected, the other private organizations were just food in front of the sharks. As long as they did not cooperate, they would be wiped out. Seeing this, the third indexer knew that he could not go against this. It was useless to be stubborn. He immediately gave up and leaned back with a hopeless expression. I can't resist anyway. I'll leave all the channels of the black indexer in the ancient Star Desert to you. Hearing this, the adjutant looked at the third indexer in disbelief, questioning him. That's not what you said just now. Didn't you say that you can't destroy the reputation of the organization, even if you die? Sensing the adjutant's gaze, the third indexer glared back. What can I brag a little? Black Star is sitting opposite me. My life is more important. If you want to die, you die. Only by knowing when to yield and when to stand tall can you show your true colors. The weather has been getting colder recently. I have a feeling that I'm going to catch a cold. Underscore, smiley face, 3 angle underscore. Chapter 11:12. The Black Index branch on planet Strange Gold controlled half of the galactic black market in the ancient Star Desert. Controlling this place meant that half of the galactic black market was under their control. In the main control room, the third indexer ordered the operators to open the firewall and let Han Shao insert a data probe, injecting a large number of surveillance programs. He also pulled up the recent anonymous black market hires and checked the background files. The Black Index's internal database recorded the real identities of some anonymous hires, most of which were obtained through investigation. As the middleman, the remuneration of the hires would go through the Black Index before being transferred to the mercenaries. Therefore, it was not difficult to find out the identity of the anonymous hires based on the source and flow of the funds. Han Shao quickly copied the huge amount of files that the Black Index had accumulated over the years in the quantum network. He glanced at the trembling third indexer beside him and joked, "You guys aren't as reliable as you say. You've been secretly investigating the identities of the anonymous hires. These files are the hires' weakness and bargaining chips. Don't tell me you're just doing it for fun." The third indexer wiped his sweat and said, "We're just checking the reliability of the transactions and evaluating the credibility of the hires. However, we're only doing it for the sake of keeping records. We've never leaked anything. As for the bargaining chips, cough cough, we're doing business in the black market after all. We have to have some backup plans." I know. It's the black market after all. No one is clean." Han Shao chuckled. The third indexer could only laugh along with him, lowering his head and lowering his head. He had no choice. The dynasty's fleet was on standby on the planet, so he could only be soft to the end. This time, Han Shao stroked his chin and said, "Oh, I remember something. I brought the dynasty's fleet here, and you came out to welcome me. There are many people on this planet, so the news will spread sooner or later. Then, rumors will definitely appear on the black market, thinking that you guys are being threatened by the three universal civilizations, which will cause the hires and hires of the hires. This way, the three universal civilizations' plan to lure out the unstable elements will be greatly discounted." Yeah, the third indexer did not know how to answer. "However, I think you should be glad." Han Shao smiled and said, "You might even send someone to deliberately spread the news on the black market, saying that the Black Index is controlled by someone else. This will remind the other members of the black market and warn them not to use the black market platform for hiring during this time. You will try to stop the damage to your organization's reputation." The third indexer had a bitter taste in his mouth. He did have such thoughts. Although he was forced to compromise, he still wanted to cut his losses. "Don't worry, I won't stop you from doing that." Hearing that, the third indexer was confused. "Didn't you control us so that you could secretly monitor the movements of the black market and fish out the restless elements? If the black market knows that we're not reliable and doesn't use our guarantee platform, then what's the use of controlling us? Oh, it seems that you are very adapted to the change of identity. You have entered the role of a collaborator so quickly and are starting to think for us. Han Xiao laughed and clapped his hands. The third indexer's face froze, but he did not dare to say anything. Han Xiao raised his brows, turned around, called the Imperial Fleet officer, and said with a smile, "Later, split the Dynasty fleet up and head to every gray transit station in the ancient Star Desert that has a black market organization. Remember to make a big fuss and let everyone see you." Hearing that, the third indexer roughly understood Black Star's plan. You purposely alerted the enemy and let the black market know that the black index is compromised. Then, you pretended to go to every black market organization to negotiate, creating the illusion that the three universal civilizations control the entire black market in the ancient Star Desert, planting the seeds of suspicion in most people's hearts. This way, even if the other black market organizations did not fall into Black Star's hands, with the precedent of the Black Index, those employers who pursued secrecy and safety would naturally not dare to take the risk, fearing that they would be exposed. Black Star could force all the black market organizations in the ancient Star Desert to compromise, but now he had chosen another path. The way the third indexer saw it, Black Star was leaving himself a way out. This method was not so forceful, and he would not offend the black market organizations like he did today. He would not benefit the three universal civilizations. Some of the black market organizations might even think that Black Star was being merciful. I understand. The third indexer hesitated. This method is indeed gentler, but there are pros and cons. Han Xiao did not answer. He knew what the other party meant. Forcefully controlling all the black market organizations was the best way to catch a bunch of people who wanted to cause trouble. Although this method was less troublesome, it would alert the enemy and make them continue to lay low. However, the way he saw it, there was no way to catch all the unstable factors. They were like leaks, harvesting a batch and growing another batch. If he did not stop the black market mercenaries, there would always be people who would take the risk for huge benefits, making the border of the ancient Star Desert a mess. The three universal civilizations would have no choice but to spend a lot of effort to hunt them down. This was the drawback of this method. Furthermore, if they caught too many people, they would not be able to hide it. It was better to let the ancient Star Desert know that the three universal civilizations controlled the black market channels and set up an inescapable net. This would eliminate the unstable factor's hopes of getting revenge. This way, the effect of the plan would change from phishing to risk prevention, reducing the number of people who would take the risk. Phishing was indeed effective, but it would also create more unstable factors. As the rulers, the three universal civilizations were more suitable to use righteous methods. Phishing was a dirty method that could be used occasionally, but it was not suitable to be used in the long term. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao glanced at the third indexer's submissive look and clicked his tongue. "Not bad. I thought I would have to kill a lot of people before you would compromise. I didn't expect you to be so smart and not give me a chance." As long as you're satisfied. The third indexer was helpless. "However, I still like your rebellious look. Recover." Han Xiao could not help but tease him. Since when was I rebellious? The third indexer thought to himself about Han Xiao's bad taste, but on the surface, he still straightened his back obediently. This time, Philip finished sifting through the files and locked onto a bunch of employers who requested to smuggle the virus. Submit this list and let the three universal civilization troops work together to destroy these organizations. Han Xiao glanced through it. The information was very detailed, covering all walks of life. He did not plan to go easy on these people. Apart from making an example out of them, he also wanted to increase his intelligent play mission rating. He searched carefully for a while and found an organization that had hired immortals many times. Depressed Prince was also hired by them. It was a black market arms dealer called the Keppel Financial Group. "I'll take care of this organization personally. Remember to post the video of the execution online, somewhere in the ancient Star Desert, in the Keppel Financial Group's fortress." On the dock, boxes were being loaded onto ships. Keppel V was patrolling around with his subordinates. How much longer? About 2 more hours. Speed up as soon as possible. Keppel V's tone was a little impatient. 7 or 8 days ago, the dynasty's fleet had entered the Black Index, and the news had only spread yesterday. All the anonymous employers who issued the mission to smuggle the virus were shocked. Keppel V also felt uneasy, so he decided to abandon this fortress and speed up the transfer of assets. At this time, he was organizing people to empty the fortress. While he was waiting anxiously, a member of the exploration team suddenly sent him an emergency message. Warning, the outer fleet has discovered a small red Empire fleet approaching. We have sent a communication request, but the other party has not responded. The 3 universal civilizations are here. Keppel V's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly walked to the window with a group of officers. Looking into the distant starry sky, he saw a few dynasty spaceships slowly approaching. There don't seem to be many of them. They don't look like they're here to fight. Seeing this, Keppel V heaved a sigh of relief. With so few spaceships, he felt like they were here to negotiate. Thinking of this, Keppel V tidied up his clothes, making himself look more formal, and gave an order. Guard fleet, don't act rashly. Send a communication request in my name. I'll talk to them and see what they're here for. However, as soon as he said that, the dynasty's spaceship suddenly stopped in the distance. Why did they stop? Keppel V was stunned, his face filled with confusion. However, at the very next moment, countless machines suddenly appeared out of thin air in the distance, rapidly assembling into a gigantic humanoid mechanical construct. It wore a large robe and held a long blade in its hand. Its body was so large that it could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, even larger than the entire fortress. Before Keppel V and the others could recover from their shock, they saw the gigantic machine hurl out its long blade. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it cut through all of Keppel V's escort fleet without any hindrance and headed straight for the fortress. At this moment, all the members on the dock, including Keppel V, stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the huge blade that was rapidly approaching. Everyone's mind went blank. Swoosh! The celestial punishment edge that was thrown out easily pierced through Keppel Fortress. The blue psionic storm wrapped around the edge of the blade instantly turned the scattered remains of the fortress into powder, creating a dazzling firework in midair. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, and it pierced straight into the barren planet below, penetrating the strata and coming out from the other side of the planet, directly leaving a gap that connected the front and back of the planet. The large amount of psionic energy left behind by the celestial punishment edge created an irreversible high-energy chain reaction with the interior of the planet. Magma gushed up, and red-hot lava cracks appeared on the surface. The next moment, a blinding white light suddenly lit up, and the entire barren planet expanded from the inside, instantly exploding into pieces. The shockwave of the explosion spread out, and the mechanical deity pulled up the Emperor's robe. Layers of honeycomb-shaped high-density psionic shields blocked out the shockwave. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the celestial punishment edge automatically made an arc, passing through the energy storm of the planet's explosion and returning to his hand. This thing is quite powerful. Han Shao somewhat understood why the Tyracles were so passionate about making special equipment for the mechanical deity. There was no other reason other than that it was really cool. After playing with the Celestial Punishment Edge for a while, Han Technician deactivated the mechanical deity and returned to the spaceship. Check and see if there are any survivors. Is there even a need to check? The strong light of the planet's explosion made the faces of the dynasty's soldiers present extremely pale. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if the sound of everyone nervously swallowing their saliva could be heard. Philip, did you record it? Yes, then upload it to the internet. Intimidate those guys with ulterior motives and let them see the consequences of causing trouble. Han Shao waved casually. He had no intention of talking to this organization at all. The evidence was conclusive and there was nothing to talk about. He directly slashed them to show his firm attitude. After dealing with this small matter, Han Shao waved at Harrison and the others, who were trembling all over, and gestured for them to come closer. Harrison had just witnessed Han Shao casually shatter a planet while talking and laughing. The impact of this scene directly shattered his mental preparation. Even though he knew that Black Star was a top expert in the universe, he was still shocked. This is the power of a peak beyond grade A? So scary. Is he still human? Harrison's teeth chattered. He carefully approached Han Shao and stuttered. Your Excellency Black Star, do you have any orders? Why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Han Shao chuckled and patted Harrison's shoulder. The layout of the crackdown on illegal hiring is almost done. The search for the virus core has to be put on the agenda. I want to ask you, where do you think the virus core will be hidden? How would I know? Don't be nervous. Just say it casually. Where do you think it will be hidden? Harrison calmed himself down and carefully said, You said before that the virus core is just a set program used to monitor the overall virus infection situation. Then, it must be exchanging data with the virus packets. In order to disguise itself, it should not be an interactive terminal. Otherwise, it would have been found long ago. Therefore, I think that if we count the node routes that the data sent out by the virus packets and compare them to find the intersection point, we might be able to find it. Han Shao interrupted him and said, The three universal civilizations have thought of this long ago and have been doing this. Every virus packet will send out a large amount of fake data to confuse the public. The routes are very complicated, and there are too many data intersection points. We can only filter through them one by one. However, not only is the virus core very secretive, but it also seems to change location at any time. Therefore, the three universal civilizations have never been able to find it. Then I have no ideas. I can't help you. No, I don't need your ideas. Han Shao smiled and said, The next time the three universal civilizations count the intersection points of the new phase, I'll need you to help me choose some nodes. Maybe you'll be lucky. You might find it right away. Don't joke around. Harrison was terrified. I'm not joking. Think about it. An antique you casually dug up turned out to be the source of such a dangerous disaster. In a way, your luck is heaven-defying. Harrison scratched his head and realized that it made sense. Indeed, my luck seems to have been pretty good since I was young. No matter what project I help my family invest in, I seem to be able to earn money in the end. If not for the fact that it's easy to earn money, I wouldn't have come out to seek excitement in archaeology. Han Shao did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he was in a daze, he casually gave him a few words of encouragement. He then looked away and started to plan in his mind. He believed in the effect of the advanced luck glow. Even if he could not find it the first time, the chances of Harrison finding it a few more times would be higher than others. Furthermore, Han Shao also planned to ask the three universal civilizations to contact the outside world and ask Floating Dragon's old man Aesop for help. No matter how well the virus core was hidden, everyone was equal in the face of luck and prophecy. If science did not work, metaphysics would make up for it. On March 9th, year 731 of the galaxy calendar, Black Star was the emissary of the Red Empire and visited the Black Index organization that controlled the black market network. The two sides had a friendly discussion about supporting the three universal civilizations in controlling the disaster. After exchanging their opinions, they finally reached a consensus. The third indexer in charge of the ancient star desert area of the Black Index said that regardless of whether they were in the black or white side, every strong civilian organization should have a sense of historical responsibility. Stopping the intelligent plague disaster was the duty of every galactic resident, and the Black Index was willing to fully support the three universal civilizations. On the 17th of March, Black Star announced that the Keppel Financial Group had secretly hidden the virus and destroyed it in one strike. His might shook the entire universe. With this as a signal, the three universal civilizations cooperated and destroyed a large number of private organizations suspected of hiding the virus within a month. In April of the same year, The Red Empire's fleet visited all the black market organizations in the ancient Star Desert and suspected that they had taken control of all the black market channels in the ancient Star Desert. Black Star adhered to the principle of no negotiation and no compromise. He led his fleet to attack frequently. Everyone in the ancient Star Desert was in danger, and the number of illegal immigrants decreased greatly. On June 25th, the research team led by Madison created the first version of the special antivirus and scanning tool, which was put into use on a large scale. In July of the same year, the intelligent plague disaster was initially under control, and the three universal civilizations began to investigate the source of the virus on a large scale. Chapter 11:13. In a temporary military base of the Red Empire in the ancient Star Desert, Han Zhao's fleet was stationed here to replenish their supplies and repair their armor. Over the past few months, based on the feedback from the Black Market Network, he had wiped out the restless gray organizations in the ancient Star Desert, successfully scaring the remaining people into not daring to take the risk. They chose to listen obediently and did not dare to touch the virtual mutiny virus anymore. The environment in the star field had improved significantly. The wipeout was very effective. While Han Xiao was on his way, he was also trying to find the virus core. He had Harrison activate the luck glow multiple times to select the virus data intersection point. However, this time, the luck glow was not able to find the virus core. Even old man Aesop could not predict the location of this thing. Han Xiao guessed that the virus core was probably another lover of the goddess of luck. Her tastes were really mixed. He was responsible for eliminating the restless elements, while Madison was focused on research. Both sides had achieved results. Currently, the intelligent plague was under control for the time being. I thought you guys would be able to make a 3-piece antivirus set very quickly. I didn't expect it to take you a few months. This doesn't match your standards, Madison. In the upper management lounge of the military base, Han Xiao was chatting with Madison's remote projection. While talking, he was munching on some kind of fruit seed that looked like a melon seed. Madison shook his head. It's not easy to decode the virus code. Plus, to prevent the virus from breaking out, we have to avoid the trigger mechanism. Therefore, we have to be careful, which took a lot of time. A beyond grade of virtual mechanic could easily wipe out the virtual mutiny virus with his own ability, but it was much more difficult to turn his ability into a universal tool. This was like an ordinary person who could naturally run and jump, but if he was asked to build a robot that could also run and jump, he would definitely be at a loss. What do the three universal civilizations plan to do now? It's still the problem of the trigger mechanism. In order to prevent the virus from breaking out, we can't let the infection rate of the virus drop drastically. Therefore, even if we have a firewall, we can't use it on a large scale for the time being. We have to remove all the infected nodes before installing it. It's also because of this that the virtual mutiny virus has infected more than half of the quantum network nodes in the ancient Star Desert over the past few months, despite the three universal civilizations trying their best to control it. If I remember correctly, large-scale wiping out the virus will trigger a mine, right? Han Xiao asked. That's right. Madison nodded. Therefore, the scanning tool that the three universal civilizations requested us to create cannot be discovered by the virus. They plan to first use the scanning tool to secretly lock onto all the currently infected nodes, then accurately release the antivirus tool to eliminate all the infected nodes at the same time. After that, they will immediately go online and install a firewall to prevent repeated infections. This way, even if the virus breaks out, the losses will be minimized. Although this method is a little troublesome, it's safe. Han Xiao had no objections to the three universal civilizations approach. It sounded quite reliable. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, the three universal civilizations in his previous life also handled the situation in the same way, with a firewall as a barrier. How did it end up becoming a universal disaster? Could it be that because I did a good job of cleaning up, I changed some unknown details? For example, someone tried to transport the virus out, but I stopped it now? Han Shao secretly suppressed this doubt in his heart. Manison did not know what Han Shao was thinking, so he continued to explain the three universal civilizations plan. Therefore, we have two plans now. The first is to eliminate the virus in one fell swoop, and the second is to find the virus core. It's the control valve for most of the triggering mechanisms. As long as it's eliminated, the risk can be further reduced, and we won't have to worry about the virus breaking out. You guys still have no clue about the virus core? It's hidden too well. Manison shook his head and did not reveal too much information. Han Shao snorted. He felt that old Manison was not telling the truth, but there was no point in exposing him. In this regard, the two of them were competitors, and the other party would not be kind enough to share clues. All the beyond grade A mechanics who came to help wanted to obtain the virus core and analyze the complete virtual mutiny virus technology. Now that the disaster was under control and the danger was over, the competition for the virus core gradually surfaced. Even the three universal civilizations had the intention to compete. Han Shao knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him, so he changed the topic and said, "Your research is done. Do you plan to stay in the research and development department?" "No, I'm planning to go out and do some activities. On one hand, I'm looking for clues about the virus core. On the other hand, I plan to visit the machinery faith." Machinery faith? Han Shao raised his brows. He did not forget that the two of them had a conflict of interest in this regard. Manison had always occupied the position of the Lord God and wanted to monopolize the majority of the faith to maintain the bonuses of the key of Adeptus Mechanicus. For this reason, Manison had taken the initiative to make a move more than 10 years ago, causing Han Shao to suffer a small loss. Back then, he had chosen to use his soul talent and put aside the dispute, avoiding the spotlight and developing in a low-profile manner. Only then did they continue to interact. "What? You have an idea?" Manison said with a half-smile. "Humph, can I?" Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "Compared to 10 years ago, you've improved. However, it's still too early for you to challenge me again." Manison said calmly, "Don't be greedy for what's mine. Our relationship is quite good now, and it's good for you to maintain the current state. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I don't want to see you have any form of contact with the machinery faith." Then, the green remote projection disappeared, and Manison ended the call. Han Zhao's face darkened, and he was a little annoyed. This guy really has a dog's face, turning on me just like that. Also, since when did the machinery faith become your property? Shameless. Speaking of which, it's been more than 10 years since the last time I fought with him. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. He opened the interface and looked at the huge amount of EXP he had accumulated. The Black Star Cup had been going on for a long time, and it had been providing him with extra EXP for the past few months. Now, he had accumulated quite a lot. He did some calculations and estimated that it was enough for him to level up from 320 to 335 to 337. With such a huge amount of EXP, as long as he took out a part of it, he would be able to max out all his potential points and level up all his class knowledges. After developing for so long, I feel like I can fight with Manison again. Han Shao had avoided the spotlight for more than 10 years in order to develop and accumulate strength. Now that he had achieved great results, his mind once again occupied the high ground. The competition with the machinery faith was one thing, but to the current Han Shao, another reason was the main reason. "I'm not convinced. I want to fight with old Manison. Last time I was not as strong as him, but I've endured it. Revenge is a dish best served cold. In the past, it was others who came knocking on my door and bullied my Philip. Now that we have some capital, it's my turn to take the initiative to challenge old Manison and see the difference in strength. Due to the existence of the Beyond Grade A Association, the strength of both sides would also affect the right to speak. Although Manison's term was still long, it was fine for him to make some preparations for the next election. At the same time, because of the development union, he did not need to worry about Manison's retaliation. As the president, old Manison had to set an example and not do anything in private, or it would go against the original intention of the development union. Although Manison had helped him in the rescue of Hela, that was another matter altogether. Han Xiao would not accept the carrot for every blow. At most, he would find another chance to repay Manison's help. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao opened the skill list, selected a batch of blueprint skills, and leveled them up to the maximum level. Notifications kept popping up on the interface. One of your skills has been maxed out. You have received 1 potential point. One of your skills has been maxed out. You have received 1 potential point. Currently, Han Xiao was only 3 ultimate knowledges away from maxing out. Ultimate Mechanical Engineering was LV3, Mechanical Life Tender was LV4, and Endless Material Science was LV. 144 potential points were required. Even if he had some potential points in reserve, he would still need to max out more than 100 skills. The more skills he had, the higher the cost of leveling them up. Even low-level blueprints required a lot of experience, but it was not as exaggerated as the cost of leveling up his character. This meant that although the players could take advantage of the loopholes, they could not go overboard. They still had to put in a lot of effort to obtain more potential points. His experience decreased rapidly, and more than half of it was used up very quickly. The remaining was only enough to level up to LV 326. Han Xiao only managed to gather 144 potential points. Although leveling up would also give him potential points, he did not want to wait any longer. He had a lot of leaks and an endless supply of experience. He did not need to be calculative. Furthermore, Han Xiao was also very curious as to whether potential points would still be useful when all his knowledges were maxed out. Looking at the huge sum of 144 potential points, Han Xiao took a deep breath and invested them all into the last 3 ultimate knowledges. Ultimate Mechanical Engineering has been leveled up to LV 5 max. Mechanical Life Tender has been leveled up to LV 5 max. Endless Material Science has been leveled up to LV 5 max. All 60 of your class knowledges have been maxed out. You have received the first Sanctum Ability Fragment X1. You have received the talent Great Machinery Sage. The potential points you currently possess and will obtain in the future will be converted into awakening points in a 1:1 ratio. Usage 1. 1 awakening point can be converted into 100 free attribute points, irreversible. Usage 2. 1 awakening point can be used to level up a maxed out skill by 1 level, irreversible. Usage 3. Increase the progress of the awakening of unique talents. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of the unique talent, irreversible. Also, 100 awakening points can be used to activate the embryonic form of a unique talent, custom talent preference. Usage 4. Increase the quality of blueprints. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of blueprints and the quality of blueprints, irreversible. Usage 5. Increase the progress of blueprints. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of blueprints and the quality of blueprints, irreversible. Your Ultimate Mechanical Engineering has been maxed out. Your ability, Inspiration Creation, has been activated. Whoa! Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a new talent brought by maxing out all his class knowledges. Not only did Machinery Great Sage provide all-round bonuses, but the increase was also very impressive. The increase to his combat strength was probably on the same level as Perfect Mechanical Sense. It could increase his overall combat strength by about 10% a step further. Speaking of which, I wonder if all the maxed out talents for all 5 classes are Great Sage. Magic Great Sage? Sounds normal. Psychic Great Sage? This is a little strange. Esper Great Sage? Martial Arts Great Sage? Forget it. It would be more appropriate to call it Muscle Great Sage. The appearance of talents was still within Han Xiao's expectations, but the change in potential points gave him a pleasant surprise. In his previous life, no player had ever maxed out all the class knowledges, and this was the first time he had ever done so. With all the class knowledges maxed out, his potential points became awakening points. He carefully browsed through the introduction and became more and more excited. Compared to the simple use of potential points, awakening points were more useful. Converting free attribute points and increasing the upper limit of abilities were very practical, and there was no need to analyze them. He was more interested in the other three functions. Increasing the quality of blueprints, this thing seemed to be able to produce gold-grade blueprints. For example, if he took a low-grade pistol blueprint and threw in awakening points, the blueprint's technical level would automatically increase. If he threw in enough awakening points, he might be able to turn this blueprint into a gold-grade blueprint. Furthermore, the type of blueprint wouldn't change much. From an ordinary pistol with elementary gunpowder technology, it would eventually transform into a high-energy, portable, planet-destroying weapon. It would be passed down in the same vein. On the other hand, awakening points could also increase the research progress of blueprints, which was perfect for inspiration creation. Inspiration creation had been gathering dust in the interface, and the prerequisite to activate it was max-level, ultimate mechanical engineering. The effect of this skill was to consume EXP to combine an unlimited number of blueprints and randomly synthesize one or more improved or fused blueprints. At the same time, it could make advanced settings and choose the orientation of the synthesized blueprints, such as attack, defense, or control. This skill was more stable than free manufacture, and it was the only way for players to spontaneously create gold-grade blueprints. However, the probability of getting a finished product in one go was extremely low. Most of the time, they would only get the prototype of a gold-grade blueprint or inspiration fragments, which could be used to increase the progress. The last use of awakening points, which Han Technician valued the most, was to use them to synthesize unique talents. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "Old Manison, Sorokin, and the others' unique talents might have come from this." Chapter 11:14. 100 Awakening Points for a Unique Talent. This cost was not low, but at least it pointed out a path. Han Xiao doubted that with his luck, he would not be able to find anything even if he tried for 100 years. He estimated that the method of custom synthesis would be the same as when he created his own species talent when he advanced to beyond grade A. He would provide his preference and then proceed with random selection. The unique talent obtained after synthesis would only be in its embryonic form, and he would have to spend more awakening points to activate it. With all his class knowledges maxed out, potential points would become awakening points. It should be the same for Manison and the other mechanics. The difference was that, unlike him, Manison and the others could not freely allocate their awakening points. In that case, the other mechanics would not be able to decide what to do with their awakening points. It would most likely be a random effect. He guessed that it would be similar to a flash of inspiration during training or research. Although the cost is a little high, at least it's a stable way to obtain unique talents. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He had been eyeing this thing for so many years, and he finally saw hope. However, the cost-performance ratio was still debatable. 100 awakening points was equivalent to 10,000 free attribute points. His current highest intelligence attribute was less than 30,000. If he exchanged them all for free attribute points, the increase would be huge. Only by obtaining a molding talent would it not be a loss. However, since it was called a unique talent, its effect should not be too bad. You get what you pay for. Han Technician still remembered Sorokin's unique talent, Swindler Sorokin. Just his intelligence and mystery attributes alone increased by 20%, as well as an additional 75% increase in Esper ability strength and skill level by 4. Old Mai's Virtual Technology Innovation Manison gave him a 1.75x Virtual Technology Enhancement Effect. Furthermore, it was the foundation of the indestructible Mecha Empire technology. Both of them were molding talents. True knowledge comes from practice. Although the cost is a little high, I still have to get one to see the effect. Han Xiao had just leveled up more than 100 blueprints, and he had spent all his potential points. He did not have enough experience to gather another 100 awakening points. Awakening points. Such an apt name. It's another huge EXP drain. I'll think about it after I promote. Han Xiao shook his head. The main reason he had maxed out all his classes was to obtain one more God's trait transformation point when he promoted in the future. Now that he had achieved it, the level 340 promotion became his top priority once more. Other than these changes, the interface also notified him that he had obtained the first Sanctum skill fragment. Han Technician had already figured out the pattern. When he crossed the threshold of a certain mechanic class, he would receive a fragment of the first Sanctum. The first came from activating God's trait transformation. The second came from creating his first universal treasure. The third came from the fifth stage of God's trait transformation, and the fourth came from now. I'd like to see how many fragments are needed to make it whole. If you're so capable, why don't you give me 100 fragments? Han Xiao cursed in his heart. Overall, he was very satisfied with the effect of maxing out all his class knowledges. It had pointed out a new path for him to grow. The biggest difference between him and the other beyond grade, as was in this aspect, his growth path was clearly visible. At the same time, with Machinery Great Sage, the chances of challenging Manison would be higher. Last time, I suffered a loss in the virtual world. This time, I'm going to have a real fight with him. Han Xiao was eager to give it a try, his fighting spirit soaring. This kind of mentality could be explained simply. The wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and I feel like I could do it again. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Han Xiao was sorting out the changes in his body, someone knocked on the door, and Harrison walked in. Over the past few months, Han Xiao had adhered to the principle of not wasting labor and had not let Harrison stay idle. Even if this guy was currently a criminal, Han Xiao did not mind letting him be his temporary secretary. Other than giving Harrison something to do, he also arranged for him to stay by his side so that it would be convenient for him to freeload the luck glow all the time. However, looking at the results, not only did he not freeload the luck glow, he even neutralized it quite a bit. It was a classic lose-lose situation. Of course, Han Technician would not admit it. He firmly believed that this was because the quality of Harrison's luck glow was not good enough. Fu Ding's luck glow was still the strongest. It was fine no matter how much he dragged him down. Seeing him enter, Han Xiao closed the interface and asked casually, "What's up? Do you have anything to report?" "Your Excellency Black Star, the Dynasty Fleet wants me to tell you that they will temporarily leave your team and return in normal to carry out other missions." "What happened?" Han Xiao was curious. "The captain told me that this is a mission sent by the Dynasty's upper echelons. They said that there's a problem with the star system civilization, and it's not suitable for you to appear." "What exactly is going on?" "I took a report from them." "Take a look." Harrison took out a document and showed it to Han Xiao on the virtual screen. Han Xiao skimmed through it and immediately understood. Over the past few months, the various civilizations in the ancient star desert had seen the big picture and had been cooperating with the three universal civilizations on the surface. They did not cause any trouble like the black market. However, after the three universal civilizations announced that the three-piece antivirus set was completed, some civilizations seemed to feel that the disaster was under control and would not cause any serious consequences, so they caused a wave of trouble. Three of the star system civilizations involved were the Tiger race, the White Hair race, and the Furians. They were not smuggling the virus, but suspected of using the virus to attack their opponents. The Tiger race and the Furians were both in the same star system and bordered each other. They were sworn enemies and often had conflicts. The White Hair race was in another neighboring star system and only bordered the Tiger race. The relationship between the two was relatively cold. The situation was roughly like this. Not long ago, a mechanical rebellion broke out on an important administrative planet of the Tiger race. This was a group of mechanical bodies infected with a virtual mutiny virus. Because they had been disconnected from the internet for too long, the trigger mechanism took effect, and these mechanical bodies were reprogrammed by the virus to kill life forms. The virus outbreak was limited to this group of mechanical bodies, and there were not many of them. The quantum network connection device of each of them had been removed long ago, so they could not go online and could not affect the other nodes of the planet. Therefore, the planet's guards easily annihilated this group of mechanical bodies, but there were still casualties. After investigation, a rather realistic reason for the disaster spread on the internet, which was that this group of mechanical bodies was actually the material for the tiger race to study the virtual mutiny virus. They accidentally went out of control, which led to this disaster. After the news spread, the tiger race citizens were in an uproar. The public opinion went out of control, and they crazily attacked the regime. The tiger race anxiously said that this was a rumor and that they did not study the virus at all. They claimed that these mechanical bodies were hidden on the planet by an unknown organization and calculated the day when a virus would break out. They purposely slandered their regime and damaged their credibility. The angry citizens felt that this was an excuse, so the tiger race had no choice but to publicly ask the three universal civilizations for arbitration. In the private report that Han Xiao saw, the tiger race explained to the three universal civilizations that this might be a scheme of the Furians or the white hair race. Not only did they want to slander them, but they also wanted to frame a third party, causing a conflict between the two parties while they reaped the benefits. The white hair race and the Furians both had a motive, but the tiger race's words could not be trusted easily. Therefore, the three universal civilizations sent people to investigate. The current situation was complicated. The star system civilizations were protected by the peace treaty, so the dynasty did not let Han Xiao interfere with the affairs of the civilizations. In this area, the three universal civilizations did not allow any other organizations to play dirty. The black market has been beaten up by me, but the civilizations are starting to jump. Han Xiao frowned. Although this matter was not under his control, it did not stop him from smelling danger. He understood that the situation of the ancient star desert being sealed made the various civilizations vigilant, especially the superstar cluster civilizations. The three big hooligans had long lost their credibility, so they would definitely prepare for the worst, keeping a trump card and holding the chips. However, this did not benefit the overall situation at all. It was a classic game of chess. I still have to deal with the virus as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. I'll go use Explorer again. Han Xiao got up and left the room, heading to the warehouse. Walking into the room, he immediately saw the triangular device that had once stored the virtual mutiny virus. It was lying there quietly. The dynasty's research on it was to no avail. Seeing that Black Star had asked for it, they allowed Han Xiao to keep it by his side. During this period, as long as the cooldown of Bold Explorer was over, Han Xiao would use the triangular device. Unfortunately, after watching a bunch of scattered fragments, there were not many valuable clues. At most, he figured out part of the origin of the virus. The mechanical civilization that he saw for the first time was the creator of the virtual mutiny virus. This was indeed a weapon. The original intention of creating it was to deal with the unknown civilization that had used a planetary annihilation weapon to destroy a planet of the mechanical civilization. The virus was programmed to kill living beings, and the mechanical civilization was naturally not within this range. It could be considered a high-level war weapon that did not harm its allies. As for this mechanical civilization, it was actually an artificial intelligence civilization. Just like the AI civilization, all its citizens were artificial intelligence life forms, just more advanced. The mechanical bodies that filled the streets were all shells that carried artificial intelligence life forms, which was equivalent to their vehicles in the real world. Their appearances were all self-made, so there were basically no duplicates. Han Xiao found some unique words and symbols of this artificial intelligence civilization in the backtracking of Bold Explorer time and time again. However, after comparing them, he found that there were no relevant records in the databases of the three universal civilizations. Either this artificial intelligence civilization was too old, and there was a gap in its history that even the three universal civilizations did not know about, or it was an advanced civilization in the unexplored universe. Regardless of which it was, it basically confirmed that the source of the virtual mutiny virus was the materialization phenomenon brought about by the information form disturbance, which was a mirage that interfered with reality. I hope I can see some useful fragments this time. Han Xiao glanced at Harrison beside him, took a deep breath, prayed for the blessing of the halo, and slowly pressed his hand on the cold surface of the triangular device. Buzz. The next moment, his vision suddenly changed, and he came to a bright laboratory. He looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted as a look of surprise flashed across his face. He saw a triangular device placed in the middle of the room. It was not closed yet, revealing the safe inside. A group of mechanical bodies that looked like researchers stood beside it, operating the mechanical arms solemnly, putting a cluster of almost transparent light blue electric arcs into the device. Could this be the scene where the virtual mutiny virus was just created? I finally got something this time. Han Xiao suppressed his joy and carefully observed this cluster of light blue electric arcs. He saw traces of electric arcs swimming in the air like a powerful electromagnetic field. This is the virus core? Shouldn't it be virtual data? Why is it a cluster of electromagnetic energy? Han Xiaoxin was confused. At this time, an indifferent electronic voice sounded, and a mechanical researcher on the side pointed at the camera used to record the experiment process and spoke. Summary of the experimental object. Domino virus can infect quantum networks and rewrite the underlying logic of artificial intelligence. Currently programmed to kill all organic life forms. Raw materials. 1,000 mutated artificial intelligence lives with their independent thoughts erased, leaving only the data shell and computing ability. After 165 failed modifications, the domino virus was successfully created. The initial form of this virus has extremely high stealth, permeability, and infectivity. Virus core, a set program without independent thoughts. As the control center, it controls the domino virus according to the input logic, monitors the infection situation, and chooses the right time to activate the virus. At the same time, it has the ability to self-evolve. When the opponent develops a targeted firewall, the virus core will automatically analyze the data and use its powerful computing ability to find loopholes. It will continuously update and strengthen the virus information package to carry out a new round of infection. Note, starting from the second generation of the virus, all information packages are considered to be activated. Once infected, they will no longer be hidden and will immediately rewrite the target's logic. In addition, the virus core uses virtual soul, bioelectric simulation, magnetic field reconstruction, and so on. It has two forms of existence. It can turn into a virtual soul and swim freely in the quantum network. It can also leave the quantum network at any terminal and enter the material world, turning into an electromagnetic life form. Because the foundation of the virus core's existence is virtual soul, when it is in the electromagnetic field state, it can enter the quantum network at any time without touching the node. Therefore, the virus core has extremely high escape and stealth abilities, as well as high mobility. If used properly, a single domino virus can destroy most of the armed forces of a galactic civilization and cause the civilization level of the target to regress many generations. Because it is too powerful, it needs to be used carefully. The domino virus is temporarily sealed and cannot be used without permission. Han Zhao's eyes slowly widened. He felt like his young heart had received a huge blow. If not for Bold Explorer seeing all this, no one in the universe would have known the true face of the virtual mutiny virus. Now, I'm the only one who knows this information. The others are still in the dark. At this time, a bad thought appeared in his mind. This is bad. The plan of the three universal civilizations is not going to work. This thing is more troublesome than I thought. Chapter 11:15. There seems to be an activity. There is a post in the book review and comment section. Those who are interested can take a look. Super Godly Mechanic First Book Review Activity Duration. From now until December 20th, 2019. Activity Location. Starting point book review page of Super Godly Mechanic. Activity Requirement. Fans of Super Godly Mechanic are greater than or equal to apprentices. Otherwise, it will not be valid. The Super Godly Mechanic First Book Review Page Book Review Competition is as follows. Participants, please use your wisdom to praise your favorite character. It could be the main character or a supporting character. There is no limit to the content, the number of words, and the style. Participants, please use your own smart and brave imagination to participate enthusiastically. The title of the entry for this activity must be Entry for the First Super Godly Mechanic Book Review Competition. Otherwise, it will not be valid. The reward for this activity are as follows. First place, reward 50,000 Chidian coins. You're the best boss. Second place, reward 30,000 Chidian coins. One person under you. Third place, reward 20,000 Chidian coins. Very impressive. Fourth place, reward 15,000 Chidian coins. Not bad. Fifth place, reward 10,000 Chidian coins. Not bad. Sixth place to 10th place. Reward 5,000 Chidian coins 11th place to 20th place. Reward 2,000 Chidian coins 20th place to 30th place. Consolation prize reward 1,000 Chidian coins. Consolation prize is not bad either. Asterisk? Asterisk? In addition, there will be a Best Idiot Book Review Award, and the winner will be rewarded 5,000 Chidian coins. Idiots can also win awards. You can register for this activity multiple times, but each account can only win once per month. The final explanation rights will belong to the Super Godly Mechanic officials. P.S. Speaking of which, if the number of participants is less than the number of awards, then wouldn't it be a waste equals? Asterisk. Chapter 11:16. At this time, the image of bold explorer came to an abrupt end, and his vision returned to the warehouse. His palm left the cold shell of the triangular device. Han Shao stood where he was and silently looked at the device in front of him. He remained silent and did not move at all. Harrison did not know what was going on, but he could sense that the atmosphere was getting heavier. He asked cautiously, "Your Excellency Blackstar, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Han Shao came back to his senses, glanced at him, and walked out of the warehouse. Harrison hurriedly followed. "Go do your thing. Don't follow me." "Oh, okay." Harrison hurriedly left, as if he had been pardoned. Although Blackstar was not doing anything, Harrison could not help but feel immense pressure just by being by his side. After sending Harrison away, Han Shao returned to his room and recalled the secret he had seen earlier. His mind spun rapidly. So, the real name of the virtual mutiny virus is the domino virus. What a terrifying weapon of war. Any organization that has this technology will be able to win in information warfare. He finally understood why the intelligent plague still swept across the entire universe in his previous life. It turned out that it was not only because someone was causing trouble, but also because the three universal civilizations did not manage to stop the invasion of the domino virus. It was not that their technology was not good enough, but that they were at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence. The three universal civilizations were caught off guard. After all, who would have thought that the virtual mutiny virus would have such a mechanism? If he had not seen the true face of the virus from Bold Explorer, he would have probably been like the three universal civilizations, still treating the virus core as a pure data program. According to normal logic, the virus core was just a switch program to monitor the progress of the overall infection. Therefore, the three universal civilizations felt that they were not afraid after creating the antivirus. Of course, they did not know that the virus core had the ability to self-update and evolve. What they had suppressed so far was only the first generation of the virus. As long as the core was not dealt with, there would be the second generation, the third generation, and so on. Furthermore, the virus would not be lurking next time and would directly cause a mechanical rebellion. Not only was the infection rate more terrifying than expected, the virus core itself had an extremely shocking ability to escape. It was not limited to data mode, and it could even enter the material world and construct an electromagnetic field as a shell to carry itself. It could freely switch between virtual and reality, and it was not afraid of being blocked on the internet. Because the foundation of its existence was a virtual soul, the virus core could enter the quantum network without any physical contact. This was similar to the ability of a beyond grade of virtual mechanic to enter the quantum network at any time. Only when it materialized would it need a node as an exit, which meant that it could use the quantum network to teleport between various nodes. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of a virus core after so many months. It's probably not because Harrison's Halo isn't good enough, but because it's impossible to track it down on the internet, Han Xiao thought. This ability was similar to his void warp. For the virus core, the quantum network was like another secondary dimension that it could enter and exit at will. This artificial intelligence civilization should not have reached the universal level. The three universal civilizations had the ability to analyze all the principles behind the domino virus, but they needed a certain amount of time to do so. Therefore, when they first encountered such a virus weapon, there would be a stage where they could not understand it. The technology tree of each civilization was different, and there would always be some civilizations that developed black technology, such as the Kundi race's spacetime splicer. The three universal civilizations' achievements in virtual viruses could not compare to this artificial intelligence civilization. After all, there were specializations, and even their citizens were artificial intelligences, so this was clearly their strongest point. However, this is amazing. In my previous life, since the three universal civilizations successfully resolved the intelligent plague, the virus core must have been resolved. Logically speaking, the three universal civilizations should have mastered this technology, but why didn't they use it when they were fighting the world tree? Han Xiaoxin's head twitched, and he became suspicious. Could it be that the virus core did not fall into the hands of the three universal civilizations in my previous life, but was secretly stolen by someone else? The next moment, the image of an old man appeared in Han Technician's mind. Mecha Empire Manison. This B** starred as the most suspicious. Han Xiao cannot be blamed for thinking this way. Manison had left too deep of an impression on him. This sounded like something Manison would do. Furthermore, the raw material of the domino virus was a mutated artificial intelligence, and Manison happened to be in control of an artificial intelligence civilization. It was terrifying to think about. Han Xiao hurriedly shook his head and got rid of these distracting thoughts. The three universal civilizations had to learn a lot to understand the mechanism of the domino virus. Now that I've seen the truth in advance, I can save the process of figuring it out and take precautions. Thinking of this, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. In his previous life, the three universal civilizations could only figure it out while suffering losses. Now that he had this B** starred who was reading the strategy, there was no need for them to repeat the same mistake. For all he knew, he might be able to resolve the source of the virus when it was still in its first generation, not giving the virus a chance to break out and minimizing the losses. From the looks of it, the butterfly effect he brought was still more positive. The main problem now is to convince the three universal civilizations to change their plan of killing the virus on a large scale. Without dealing with the virus core, it's useless no matter how much they kill the virus. Since the virus core's ability is so troublesome, dealing with it will require the cooperation of the three universal civilizations. The ability to self-evolve was the most terrifying. As long as this was dealt with, the rest would be easy. He was not afraid of the virus core escaping the ancient star desert. But the quantum network of this star field was blocked, which was equivalent to a large local area network. It would not be able to receive the feedback of the ancient star desert virus from the outside. Even if the virus core did escape, it would still have to log into this sealed network if it wanted to monitor the overall infection situation in the ancient star desert. This meant that even if the virus core could teleport with the help of the quantum network, its range would be limited to the ancient star desert. As for whether or not it would spread the virus outside, Han Xiao was not worried. Although the three universal civilizations lacked intelligence, they were not incompetent. In order to prevent leakage, they were also scanning the outside world. If the outside world was infected with the first-generation virus on a large scale, the three universal civilizations would discover it very quickly. After secretly analyzing for a while, Han Xiao had some ideas. He summoned Philip and ordered contact the three universal civilizations of the ancient star desert. Help me arrange a meeting with the people in charge of the disaster command center of the three universal civilizations, as well as the other beyond grade A mechanics. I want to have a meeting with them and tell them that I made a huge discovery regarding the virus core. Half an hour later, Intelligent Plague Disaster Command Room, upper echelon meeting room. After receiving Black Star's invitation, everyone put down the work they were doing. Shidrin, the other two supervisors, and all the beyond grade A mechanics were present in remote projections to listen to Black Star's discovery. As soon as Han Zhao's remote projection appeared, Shidrin immediately asked, "Did you find the virus core?" "Black Star, did you find the virus core?" "No, I haven't caught it yet, but I made a major discovery." Hearing that Han Zhao did not succeed, the people present were both disappointed and relieved. They then became curious about the major discovery Han Zhao mentioned. "What did you find?" "It's like this." Han Zhao did not beat around the bush and directly explain the mechanism of the virus core, mainly emphasizing the transformation and self-renewal functions. The threat of the domino virus was too high, and solving the disaster together was the most important task. Therefore, he did not plan to hide anything at this time. After hearing Han Zhao's explanation, everyone present fell silent. They looked at each other, not knowing what expression to make. Seeing this, Han Zhao continued with a serious expression. "Therefore, your large-scale antivirus plan is useless. Only by finding the virus core can the threat of the intelligent plague be truly eliminated. I suggest you take action immediately." This time, Shidrin interrupted Han Zhao with a strange expression. "Black Star, we would like to ask, where did you get all this information from?" Everyone present had the same thought. They stared at Han Zhao in shock and doubt. They could not help but be suspicious. This information was too detailed, so detailed that it felt like it was made up. "You're not lying to us, are you? You're so cunning. It's not impossible. This is a serious matter. We have to confirm the authenticity of the information. If you don't show us evidence, how can we believe you?" "I knew you would say that." Han Zhao was not surprised at all and opened his mouth. "In fact, I found traces of the virus core in the quantum network not long ago. I was about to track and capture it, but the target disappeared from the quantum network without any warning. The clues were cut off because of that. I'm a pinnacle beyond grade of virtual mechanic, and it actually disappeared right under my nose without me being able to see the mechanism behind it. There are experts here as well, so I don't have to explain how difficult it was. I had my suspicions back then and felt that it was not just a data program." "And then? How did you find out about this?" Shidrin asked curiously. "Your files should have recorded that I have a passive foresight ability. I sensed that the virus core was not simple, and a few days later, I saw the future outbreak of the intelligent plague and the scene of countless lives being wiped out. At the same time, I also saw the true face of this virus core." Han Zhao pretended to be helpless. "So, I really can't show you any evidence. This is difficult for us." The people in charge of the three universal civilizations looked troubled. It was not that they did not believe in Black Star, but foresight was sometimes not accurate. This matter concerned the safety of the entire universe. Without concrete evidence, betting on an illusory foresight was too risky. Han Zhao did not have much of choice. He did not have any concrete evidence, so he could only use his foresight ability as an excuse. After all, bold explorer was not easy to explain. It was not as credible as foresight. However, although foresight was not convincing, with his current position, even if the people of the three universal civilizations did not believe him immediately, they would definitely find a way to verify his words. He did not need to explain too much. If it was proven to be fabricated, the three universal civilizations would naturally lower Han Zhao's credibility. However, before that, they would not immediately treat Han Zhao's words as fake. After experiencing so many things, Han Zhao's fame, prestige, and authority in the universe were enough for the three universal civilizations to take his suggestion seriously. At this time, Manison slowly said, "I think I have some ideas. I feel that Black Star's prediction makes sense. In fact, I also discovered traces of the virus core some time ago, and it also disappeared in front of my eyes. I also suspect that it's not just pure data. As soon as this was said, Han Zhao's eyelids twitched. The virus core he encountered was fabricated, but Manison might not be real. I knew it. Old Manison did make some progress, but he kept his secret. If not for me tricking him today, this old thing would never have revealed this information. TSK, you said I'm not smart enough, but you're even worse. You're still hiding such crucial information. Everyone looked at each other and silently digested this shocking information. In the end, it was Shidrin who coughed and replied, "No matter what, we'll investigate the content of His Excellency Black Star's foresight. This is very important information." As he spoke, he glanced at Manison from the corner of his eyes with disdain. "You're the strongest mechanic in the universe. Why can't you dig up as much information as him? Learn from him." Manison looked straight ahead and pretended not to see Shidrin's gaze. At this time, Kant worriedly said, "If the virtual mutiny virus is really as Black Star said, then we're in big trouble. The firewall we've built in the past few months will be drilled into a sieve by the next generation of viruses. By then, a disaster will sweep across the universe. What kind of civilization developed such terrifying virus technology? Aren't they afraid of getting burned?" Francisco expressed his doubts. "Regardless of whether Black Star is telling the truth or not, we have to come up with a plan," Quantum Demon Judith, the dynasty's ally, said. Seeing this, Han Shao spoke again and said with a deep voice, "That's right. Regardless of whether the prediction is accurate or not, there won't be any problems if we give it a try." "That makes sense." The three universal civilizations' representatives looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Then, do you have a plan?" "It's not a plan, just a rough idea." Han Shao paused and looked around. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he slowly said, "The mobility of the virus is too high. The virus core is too mobile and difficult to capture, but there are still limitations. It can enter the quantum network at any time, but when it leaves, it has to choose a terminal node as the exit. This might be a breakthrough. In order to receive feedback from the information packets, the virus core will return to the quantum network from time to time. This time, we might really have to cut off the network on a large scale and reduce the number of terminal nodes. This will limit the range of the virus core and reduce the number of exits it can choose. At every terminal node, we'll arrange people to create traps. The ambushers have to be beyond grade of virtual mechanics who have mastered virtual paramount. Because after the virus core materializes, it does not need to touch the terminal and can enter the quantum network at any time. So the opportunity is only for a short moment. The moment the virus core materializes, the ambushing beyond grade A mechanics will use virtual paramount to suppress the virus core's virtual soul, making it unable to leave the body temporarily. The technology to seal the virus core is ready-made. That safe prevents the virus core from leaking out, so it will definitely be able to suppress the virus core's virtual soul and prevent it from entering the quantum network. As long as we analyze that triangular container, we'll be able to master this targeted technology. Hearing this, everyone could not help but size Han Shao up again with strange gazes. Putting aside the feasibility of your plan, just the fact that the ambushers have to be virtual mechanics who have mastered virtual paramount is a little too brazen. Virtual paramount is an ability that only divine throne mechanics who specialize in virtual mechanics can master. Naturally, it has to be a pinnacle beyond grade A. You have one, and Manison has one. So, what you're saying is that only virtual green kings like you can fight for the virus core, and even the three universal civilizations have to step aside? Are you sure you're not tricking us? Manison, on the other hand, laughed and praised this plan. Black Star said it well. It's our duty to maintain the peace of the universe. How many terminal nodes are there that can be used as traps? How about this? I'm willing to mobilize 50 million Spare Lords avatars and place them in the various nodes, ensuring that I can descend at the location of the virus core at any time. Is that enough? Chapter 11:17. As soon as Manison finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Manison in unison. Their eyes were filled with a what the F asterisk CK emotion. Listen to this. Is that something human would say? Han Xiao almost gasped. He could not help but size Manison up with a strange gaze. Do you really have 50 million Lord's avatars as carriers? Maybe I'm exaggerating a little. This is just an imaginary number. Manison laughed. That's more like it. These things are not mechanical soldiers. How can I make so many? I don't even have 5,000, 50,000 backup Lord's avatars. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously asked, how many do you have? 48 million, 1052. Oh, 54. Speaking of which, there are 2 more now. The world fell silent. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. His mind was a little messed up. He could not understand it all. No, I can understand how many mechanical soldiers you make, but what's the use of so many Lord's avatars? Only one could descend at a time. It's a waste to have more. Can you use them all? Manison. Oh, I lack a sense of security. It's better to be prepared. The world fell silent again. You, the great Mecha Empire, lack a sense of security? IF asterisk king. Sure, this is a very strong reason. Other than calling him shameless, the people present had nothing to say. Han Xiao just wanted to blow Manison's head off. This is showing off, right? This is definitely showing off. Almost 50 million Lord's avatars, and you're still a human? How rich do you have to be to dare to do this? This is going to take over all the ambush locations. So what if you have money? Sensing Black Star's resentment that was about to overflow, Manison smiled faintly and gave him a look. Yes, it's great to have money. Thank you for your help. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and sent Manison a private message. Don't try to fool us. You've created tens of millions of sovereign clones. That's a waste of resources. Hee, you're still too young. The mechanical race has nothing but machines. Manison smiled and stroked his beard. He thought for a while and added, and money. Damn, I almost forgot that you're a second-generation heir. Rich dog. Han Xiao felt as if he had eaten 10 lemons. He secretly gritted his teeth. I was the one who came up with the plan. Shouldn't you do something about it? Why don't you give me 10 million sovereign clones? My doppelganger has my own size. You can't use it, so what do you want it for? Manison raised his eyebrows. I can reforge 10 million sovereign avatars. The cost of the materials isn't a small sum. Sure, give me the space-time amber in exchange. Crawl. Han Xiao's face darkened, and he decisively ended the private chat. That old fogey craves my space-time amber every day. Bad thing. As the two of them exchanged glances, the people in charge of the 3 universal civilizations also glanced back and forth between the two of them with strong suspicion in their eyes. One was the president of the Beyond Grade A Development Union, and the other was the vice president. These two probably colluded to put on an act, right? Sidrian coughed and resisted the urge to eat something delicious. He forced a smile and said, That's right. We're very grateful for your excellency's generosity, but the battle plan hasn't been decided yet. There's no need to rush. That's true. Manison nodded and casually raised his hand, indicating that he was just casually speaking and that they could continue chatting. Sidrian then turned to look at Han Xiao and said with a deep voice, Your Excellency Black Star, your idea seems good, but its feasibility is still questionable. First, we have to ensure that the virus core returns to the quantum network. Only then can we cut off the network on a large scale and control the other party's exit range. However, how do we determine when it logs onto the network? You have to know that those virus packets don't have a uniform time to send feedback data, so we can't determine when the virus core comes online. Secondly, we can't even lock onto the data form of the virus core for the time being, so it's difficult to track it on the network. If it stays in the quantum network, will we not be able to find it? Therefore, this is only a prototype of the idea. We still need to perfect the details, but the general idea should be feasible, Han Xiao said. There are ways to solve all these problems. Since we know that the virus core is a life form and have its details, We can use this as an anchor point and use prophecy magic to find the other party's login time, Khan added. Regarding the data form of the virus core, I can provide some details, Manison said. Although I didn't catch it, I recorded the data traces it left behind when it was active in the quantum network. These are the other party's characteristics. We should be able to lock onto its data form by scanning and matching it. Everyone discussed for a while and gradually perfected the details. They all felt that this battle plan was worth a try. At this time, Shidrin raised one last condition. I have one last question. Participating in this battle plan doesn't necessarily require mastery of virtual paramount. Every beyond grade A mechanic should have the ability to catch the virus core. If all the beyond grade as here participate, the chances will be higher. He did not believe Han Zhao's nonsense. If beyond grade A mechanics had the ability to catch the virus core, how could they have to master virtual paramount? That had to be a scheme by Black Star and the Mecha Empire to monopolize it. We have no objections. We're happy to help. The others all agreed. Of course, none of you have any objections. You have a chance to fight for the virus core. What objections can you have? Han Xiao thought to himself. Then it's settled. Sidrian slapped the table and said with a serious expression, "This plan still needs to be approved by the upper echelons. The two people in charge, and I have to report it. There will be a result very soon, and it should be very smooth. This operation will rely on the abilities of all of you beyond grade as. I hope that all of you are well prepared. The safety of the universe will depend on all of you." Deactivating the remote projection, Han Zhao's gaze returned to the office. He bent his finger and casually knocked on the table. All the beyond grade A mechanics would participate in the operation to catch the virus core. Everyone wanted to fight for the virus core, so choosing the ambush location was of utmost importance. This was a matter of probability. The more clones there were, the higher the chances of them ambushing the virus core. In this aspect, no one could compare to the Mecha Empire. In comparison, Han Xiao had very few backup Lord's clones. It was not that he lacked money, but to him, creating too many of them was useless. He could only send one clone at a time, and it was basically used to guard the base. Old Manison clearly had bad intentions for creating so many clones. He probably wanted to guard countless planets one day. Humph! His ambition was clear as day. Manison probably has more Lord's clones than the trap nodes. He'll definitely be able to find the virus core and be in an invincible position. I can only rely on my luck, and it's the same for the others. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead. There was no limit to the number of ambushers at the same location. Manison was everywhere, and there was no way to avoid him. This was too difficult. When the three universal civilizations finalize the star map of the trap nodes, I'll get Harrison to help me choose the ambush location. If my luck fails and I don't find the virus core, that's fine. However, if I find it, Manison's clones will most likely be nearby, and I'll have to compete with him. It'll definitely be a situation where I don't need to use my fists. I can only play it by ear. Han Xiao sighed. If there was any advantage he had, it would be that he did not need to care about the survival of the virus core. Other people would want to capture him alive and analyze the complete technology behind the domino virus, but he had the intelligent plague mission. Personally destroying the core of the virus would give him a related specialty. With the characteristics of the domino virus, the related specialty would probably be a virtual ability. Although this would mean that he would lose the opportunity to obtain the complete technology, thinking about it carefully, if such a threatening virtual virus was analyzed by the three universal civilizations, or other beyond grade, as it might not be a good thing. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, it would be a hot potato. Countless people, including the three universal civilizations, would have their eyes on him. However, the domino virus technology could also become one of the weapons against the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao was in a dilemma as to what to do. Forget it. It's still too early to think about this. I have to ensure that I can encounter the virus first. Only then will I have the qualifications to compete with Manison. He calmed himself down. Anyway, this was going to be a large-scale operation, and the preparation period was not short. He had a lot of time, so he could add some production lines to create as many Lord's clones as possible and place them in more ambush locations to increase the probability of him encountering the virus core. This is Black Star's intelligence. On the other side, the remote projections of the three universal civilizations leaders gathered together to listen to the report from Shidrin and the others. Right after the meeting held by Black Star ended, the three supervisors introduced the battle plan to the three leaders through the only encrypted external communication channel, hoping to obtain permission. After hearing the whole story, Unravel crossed her arms in front of her chest and slowly spoke. If Black Star's intelligence is true, he'll be a great contributor to the explored universe, saving the disaster from Storm. Without his foresight, we would have had to pay the price of blood to discover the true face of the virtual mutiny virus. This plan was also proposed by him. If the virus core is captured because of this, Black Star will be the hero of the entire universe, changing the future that he predicted. Vader also expressed his appreciation. Black Star has indeed contributed, the ethereal Pope said calmly. Putting aside their past grudges, the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church greatly appreciated Han Zhao's performance during the Intelligent Plague. In their eyes, he was very reliable and had contributed greatly. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at each other and nodded. We approve this operation. We allow you to mobilize the resources of the ancient Star Desert to carry out this battle plan. Don't disappoint us. Understood, Shidrin hurriedly agreed. This time, the ethereal Pope suddenly said, "There's another thing. Make sure that the virus core is controlled by us in the end. Don't let other Beyond Graders get their hands on it." That's right. The virtual mutiny virus is a weapon of war. It's too dangerous. We definitely can't let this technology spread, or the order of the universe will be threatened. Vader agreed and added, especially Black Star and the Mecha Empire. If a peak beyond grade of virtual mechanic obtains this technology and improves it, it might evolve into a hidden danger even more terrifying than the Intelligent Plague. Even though Manison was an ally of the Radiant Federation, Vader was not biased. Although they all wanted to obtain this technology, the three of them understood that preventing a fourth party from controlling the virus was a more important task. In the eyes of the three universal civilizations, this kind of weapon of war with strategic deterrence was only beneficial to the entire universe if they monopolized it. Somewhere in the ancient Star Desert, a desolate planet welcomed a small civilian transport fleet. This was a legal interstellar transport company. It was not large, and it was not famous. It only operated a few fixed routes, and its business scope was limited to a few star zones in the same star system. There was a small, desolate universe belt here. Because it was not large, the advanced civilizations did not set up stargates. Thus, many long-distance transport companies were created to cross this desolate universe belt. At this time, the transport fleet slowly stopped outside the planet's atmosphere. Resupply here. This planet has fuel resources. Go up and collect some. In the main ship, a senior captain who had worked in this transport company for many years gave the order. This time, a member of the exploration team suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Reporting to the captain, the radar detection shows that this planet is shrouded in a strange electromagnetic field storm. The captain was stunned. He came to the porthole and found that the atmosphere of this desolate planet was constantly flashing with light blue plasma arcs, looking like a looming electromagnetic shell. That's strange. I've been running this transport route for decades, and I don't know how many times I've stopped at this planet. When did this electromagnetic field storm phenomenon appear here? The captain muttered to himself and went to the radar to check the detection results. The energy structure of the electromagnetic field appeared on the screen, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This electromagnetic field model. A member of the exploration team hesitated. Why does it look a little like the bioelectric network of the brain's neuron activity? The captain was shocked. When he looked closer, the structure of this electromagnetic field was like a brain magnified countless times. Could it be alive? It can't be an electromagnetic field life form, right? The captain was surprised. This kind of field-type life form had always been a rare life form. It could be sold to collectors with special tastes, and the price was not cheap. Thinking of this, the captain hurriedly gave the order. Quick, find a way to capture it. This is an unexpected gain. However, as soon as he said that, the electromagnetic field storm that shrouded the planet suddenly dissipated and disappeared into thin air. It also disappeared on the radar, as if it had never appeared. The members in the cabin were stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The captain rubbed his eyes with a look of surprise. Chapter 11:18. On the Star Ark civilization's mother planet, the upper echelons were having a discussion in the conference room. The three universal civilizations sent a notice not long ago, asking us to listen to their orders and be prepared to shut down the quantum network base stations on all planets. What are they trying to do? Isn't the intelligent plague already under control? Now that the three universal civilizations are doing this, could it be that something has changed? Or are the three universal civilizations going to mess with us again? The upper echelons all had tense expressions and were filled with suspicion. Originally, when the three universal civilizations announced the completion of the antivirus three-piece set, they felt that the intelligent plague was basically solved. Thus, they focused their attention on the situation of the ancient star desert being sealed, thinking that the three universal civilizations might take the opportunity to do something to them. They were paranoid all the time, as if they were suffering from paranoia. The three universal civilizations suddenly ordered them to be prepared to cut off the quantum network in their territory at any time. This made the Star Ark civilization even more sensitive, almost thinking that this was a signal to attack them. This time, it was not cutting off external communication, but shutting down the quantum network in their territory, destroying the cornerstone of the galactic society. In the galactic era, large civilizations like them relied on the real-time information exchange of the quantum network to rule and govern the various planets. Now that they were asked to completely cut off the network, it meant that they would temporarily give up their ruling power over their territory, causing the various regions to fall into an unknown period of time without a central authority. The civilization leader knocked on the table, making the room quiet down before speaking. The three universal civilizations issued the same notice to the other civilizations, not just us. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, it seems like it's related to the intelligent plague. How are the three universal civilizations doing recently? A high-ranking official asked. The head of the intelligence department raised his eyelids and said, "The three universal civilizations are scattered across the various planets. The troops of the three universal civilizations are stationed on various planets, and those beyond grade A mechanics are also acting strangely. They're sending their own mechanical troops to those planets, as if they're going to do something big. All the beyond grade A mechanics are on the move? Yes, all of them. What do you think they're doing? I'm not sure, but it looks like they're setting up an ambush." The civilization leader pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Cooperate with the three universal civilizations. Investigate what the three universal civilizations and these beyond grade as are doing. Keep a close eye on them and don't ignore any of their movements. I want to know what their purpose is. Flickering World, Development Union Headquarters, Planet Finn. Many beyond grade or remote projections were gathered here, holding regular meetings to communicate. Many of the positions were empty, and most of them were beyond grade A mechanics who had been recruited. The positions of the president and vice president were also empty. Speaking of which, the Mecha Empire and Black Star have been absent from several meetings. I wonder how they are doing in the ancient star desert. Someone inadvertently brought up this topic, which immediately aroused everyone's interest. The intelligent plague in the ancient star desert has been going on for several months without any news. What's the situation now? Is the disaster under control? The star field has sealed off all information. I can't get any information either. Do any of you know the situation? Because the three universal civilizations had rated the intelligent plague as a world-destroying universal disaster, the entire universe was very concerned about the situation in the ancient star desert. However, due to the information blockade, there was no way to know the progress. The Beyond Grade as present were also curious. "Hey, Hela, is there any news about your army commander?" A Beyond Grade, turned to look at the silent Hela. "No," Hela replied concisely. She was also a member of the association. Since Black Star was absent, she had become the representative of the Black Star Corps. Tolian curled his lips and said, "Humph, Black Star has probably been killed. Are you asking for a beating again?" Hela was expressionless. Tolian smiled sinisterly. "The way I see it, the three universal civilizations calling all the Beyond Grade A mechanics over is a scheme. Think about it. Both the president and the vice president are mechanics. Isn't this like catching everyone in one go?" The allies of the Arcane Church all looked at him, speechless. "Which side are you on? Is it really okay to spread rumors about your boss like this? Don't talk nonsense. You have to take responsibility," an ethereal direct member said unhappily. "Sorry, I always speak my mind." Tolian snorted. Hela could not be bothered with him, but she was still a little worried. The other mechanics had all sent their avatars over, and only Black Star's main body was there. The ancient star desert was sealed. If the three universal civilizations really wanted to do anything to Black Star, that place would instantly become a dead end. Hela did not trust the three universal civilizations from the bottom of her heart. Although she had the teleportation function of the King mechanical suit, it could not dispel her worries. On the other side, Secret Master, who was resting with his eyes closed, could not help but tremble as he listened to everyone's argument. As the protector of the black market, he was more curious about the situation in the ancient star desert than anyone else. Ever since the star field was sealed, all contact with the black markets there had been cut off. Many of them were businesses under his protection, which had always provided him with huge profits. Some of them were Beast Ancestors businesses that he had just taken over not long ago. After not contacting them for so long, he had no idea how his businesses were doing. I wonder what the situation in the ancient star desert is like now. Secret Master's thoughts drifted away as he guessed. The three universal civilizations made arrangements according to Han Zhao's battle plan and spent more than a month preparing. They sent their fleets to each trap node planet. Most of the time was spent on traveling, waiting for the various Beyond Grade mechanical troops to arrive at the ambush locations. Because this was a star field level local area network, there were quite a number of trap nodes spread throughout the various star systems of the ancient star desert. The trap nodes that the three universal civilizations chose were mainly in areas that were not easy to control, with just a notification or some important locations. Every terminal exit was guarded by the Beyond Grade A mechanics and the three universal civilizations' fleets. Manison's Lord's avatars were stationed at every location. Han Xiao had created a new batch of Lord's avatars during this time, but the number was still limited. He settled for the next best thing and arranged mechanical troops at every ambush location. As for the limited number of Lord's avatars, they were placed at carefully selected locations, referring to Harrison, to try their luck. The target of Lord's Descent was not limited to the Lord's avatars. Even ordinary mechanical soldiers could be used as carriers. However, the shared skills were not complete, and their combat power was far lower than that of the Lord's avatars. Therefore, even if the Beyond Grade A mechanics who had mastered Lord's Descent could ambush at every location, they could only be bystanders at most. They did not have the advantage that Manison had. After all, ordinary mechanical soldiers would not be able to compete with Manison's Lord's avatars. Therefore, the other Beyond Grade A mechanics were all prepared to force the virus core to materialize at the node where their Lord's avatars were at during the first step of the network tracking. Due to the concealment of the virus core, there were no universal scanning tools at the moment. Only Beyond Grade A mechanics had the ability to track the virus core online. Although some of them were not specialized in virtual, as long as they had learned the ultimate knowledge, virtual creator, they would be able to cut down people online. In order to increase everyone's virtual ability and coverage, the Radiant Federation took out a large-scale strategic device called the Super Range Virtual Brainwave Amplifier. This was a piece of equipment specially made for mechanics. It increased their virtual ability in many ways and greatly increased the coverage area. In the hands of a beyond grade A mechanic, it was the most effective. The size of the device was extremely large. It was like a silver spherical galactic base. The exterior looked like it was pieced together by many boards. There were obvious gaps, and it was not smooth at all. The interior of the device was extremely spacious. In the center, all the beyond grade A mechanics formed a circle and floated in midair, facing each other. They were all in position. The remote projections of Shidrin and the other two sensors appeared in the circle. They solemnly said, "Everyone, the mechanical troops have been deployed. There are only 13 minutes left until the predicted virus core goes online. When the time is up, we will immediately cut off the network and turn the ancient star desert into a trap. Please act according to the battle plan. Everyone, please capture the virus core." Everyone nodded. Although the mission on their shoulders was very heavy, everyone present was a big shot who stood at the peak of the universe, so they did not feel much pressure. The first step of the battle plan was to cut off the network. After the trap was set, everyone would track the virus core on the network and prevent it from hiding. It was like catching a chicken in a cage. With the data provided by Madison, as well as the enhancement of the Super Range Virtual Brainwave Amplifier, they could track the virus indefinitely without letting the virus core escape. At this moment, Kant smiled and said, "This should be the first time all the beyond grade A mechanics in the universe have worked together. I think it will be recorded in history." Hearing this, many people present laughed in unison. All the top figures in the mechanic world working together was undoubtedly a representative event. Han Shao glanced at everyone and curled his lips. Humph, these people are laughing so happily now. When they fight for the virus core later, their brains will be out of their heads. I hope Harrison's halo is reliable this time, and the virus core will end up in the hands of my lord's avatar. Han Shao did not participate in the compliments and prayed silently in his heart. Everyone quietened down and adjusted their state of mind. Time passed by minute. Finally, when the countdown reached 1 minute, Shidrin looked at the time and said with a deep voice, "Everyone, let's move." In the quantum network vision, the ancient star desert was a dimly glowing star field. Countless shining nodes converged into a sea of light. Countless data links between the nodes outlined a complicated three-dimensional network structure that extended in all directions. These thread-like data links formed the cornerstone of the galactic society. At this moment, the view zoomed in, and a stream of light suddenly appeared outside one of the thread-like data links. This stream of light looked like an extremely precise data model. There were no numbers flowing on the shell. This was the data form of the Domino virus core, showing the structure of an artificial intelligence life. The next second, the virus core touched the firewall of the data link. Its shell instantly assimilated with the firewall, easily evading the alarm mechanism. It completely infiltrated the link and moved along with the flow of information, capturing the feedback data of the virus packets swimming in the network. It was like a big fish eating a small fish. However, at this moment, a large part of the ancient star desert that was shining in the quantum network vision suddenly dimmed. The data links broke one after another, and a large number of nodes went out at the same time. Only a small part of the sea of light was left. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful consciousnesses suddenly descended on the quantum network and scanned the remaining quantum network area inch by inch. It was as if all the data had nowhere to hide. The next moment, one of the consciousnesses suddenly locked onto the virus core. The data stream condensed out of thin air, and a glowing figure appeared in front of the virus core. Kant's virtual soul had a faint smile on its face. "Found you." At this moment, the virus core program quickly made a judgment and immediately adopted a response plan to escape. Following the data link, the virus core changed its disguise many times and frantically escaped to countless nodes. However, suddenly, a data stream tornado appeared in front of it. Do you want to play hide and seek? The data stream formed the face of the quantum demon spirit, Judith, quietly staring at the virus core. The virus core did not hesitate and turned to escape again, wanting to find a place to hide in the quantum network to get rid of the tracking. However, no matter how much computing power the virus core used to disguise itself, it would still encounter the figure of a beyond-grade mechanic every time it ran. It was forced to change its direction time and time again, as if it was in a panic. Han Xiao, Manison, Kant, Judith, and more than a dozen beyond-grade mechanics appeared one after another, blocking the virus core's path time and time again. The encirclement gradually took shape and shrank. This scene was like a group of sneering bullies surrounding a virtuous woman. No matter how hard she tried, she would be pushed back to the center of the encirclement with nowhere to run. At this moment, the virus core stopped running and entered one of the nodes, suddenly disappearing into thin air. It has materialized. In the material world, the eyes of Han Zhao's main body, who was staying in the super-range virtual brainwave amplifier, suddenly sparkled. The terminal exit that the virus core had chosen seemed to be a planet occupied by the machinery faith. That was one of the ambush locations of his lord's avatar. At the same time, powerful mechanical force burst out of every mechanic around Han Xiao. Many lords' consciousnesses shot toward the planet where the node was located. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.